Okay. The clerk has advised we have quorum, so I'll just get a signal when we're live. Good morning. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm the chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd now like to call meeting 3 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held in Committee Room 1 and also by video conference. City Hall is open to the public and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in Committee Room 1 at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in order on the list, whether they are online or in person. Ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with devices. If you want to speak or question staff, please get my attention on the mic so I can add you to the list of speakers. When voting on an item or motion, I ask members ensure that they keep their video on and raise their hand to indicate their vote. This is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with any motions. Although we are in different locations and some meeting remotely today, the committee would also like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand and indicate the item. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on March 20th, 2023? Thank you, Councillor Morley. All those in favour? All those opposed? That item carries. We have 9 items listed on our agenda today, and before I run through the agenda, I want to start by pointing out that today is the last day of our Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure and Development Services at this committee. Sorry, not her last day at City Hall, just to qualify. But this is already sad enough, knowing that this will be her last time here at the infrastructure. Don't cry, because then I'm going to cry. Infrastructure meeting. I do have some prepared remarks here about her great service to the city, but I just want to say that she is just an amazing, amazing person, and I always say that I call 1-800-Tracy FX, because this is a humongous place with many departments and many silos, and whenever you have a problem that's stuck between one of those silos, Tracy has been the one to unstick that. So whether that was our waterfront trail that needed repairs and we had, 3 different departments and 3 different governments pointing fingers, and we finally got it fixed, and that was because Tracy really unblocked all those roadblocks for us. Or whether it's a silly thing like a walkway, and you have the school board and you have the city and you have all the groups, you can always count on Tracy to fix the problem and to get it done. And she's just been an amazing public servant, full of honesty and integrity, and she'll always tell you the hard truth, even when you don't want it. She will always let you know exactly what she thinks and exactly what the situation is. So anyway, here is the formal remarks so you can see how wonderful she is and how many things she's done for our great city. Tracy started her career as a police officer with Toronto Police Service, and after 18 years, she transitioned to the private sector as a director of security with Coca-Cola Canada, and then as vice president of Securitas, a security services company. But then we were so lucky in January 2012 that Tracy returned to the public service when she joined the City of Toronto as the executive director of MLS, the division responsible for bylaw enforcement and business regulation. We're just going to ask to quiet down a little bit over there. Thank you, sorry. Tracy returned to public service at the City of Toronto when she became the executive director of MLS, the division responsible for bylaw enforcement and business regulation. In that role, Tracy directed significant policy and regulatory initiatives such as, that are related to street food and food trucks, taxis, and Uber, short-term rentals such as Airbnb, a new apartment building standards program, Rent Safe, and led the city's role in enforcement against illegal cannabis storefronts. So she did it all. In January 2019, she assumed the role of Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Development Services, which oversees city divisions responsible for transportation, water, solid waste, city planning, engineering, and construction services, amongst others. In this role, she is engaged with the province and its agencies on the implementation of transit expansion projects in the city. Tracy has represented Toronto globally in discussions about the role and response of government to disruptive technology, the sharing economy, and the smart city. She's a recipient of the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal in 2016 and was named the 13th most influential person by Toronto Life magazine, and in 2019 received her MBA. What? On top of all of that, she went back in 2019 and got her MBA from Queen's University. Please join me in thanking Tracy Cook for everything she has done for the city. We are going to miss you so much.
Don't cry, just change your mind.
Yeah. Yes. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah. There's no crying at committee. No, just thank you very much. Yeah, the last one of these for me, which seems strange. Come on. I know, get over it. It's infrastructure, come on. Who's crying over sewers other than Lou? It's been an absolute privilege, and specific to the work that this committee does, the decisions made here are multi-generational, not just generational, multi-generational, whether it be environment, whether it be the investments we make in infrastructure. The team here at the city is delivering programs and projects of global significance and complexity and scale and scope, and it's awe-inspiring what the staff do here. So I just say thank you very much for the opportunity to have a bit of a front row seat, support amazing city staff doing incredible work, supporting you making the difficult decisions that we often put in front of you and ask you to make. We do our best to give you everything you need to keep this city being the best city in the world, which it is. And let's just keep doing it and work well together and make great decisions for our city. And I'll miss you a little bit, you the most. Thank you. Should have known that was coming.
You should have known that was coming. I do hope the 1-800 Tracy Fix hotline still works. I'll find it.
For a little while.
Great. Okay, so we are back to our regularly scheduled program there. We're going to do our agenda run through. Before we do that, I do have a motion. We have some amazing topics today, but we have a lot of speakers and we want to make sure that we get through them all. So speakers who have not pre-registered are allowed to register until 10 o'clock today, at which time we'll close the registration. And like the public presentations, will be limited to 3 minutes. Questions of speakers by members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee and visiting members of council will also be limited to 3 members with 1 round of questions per member. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay, so item number 1 is IE 3.1, proposed amendments to the Credit Valley, Toronto and Region Central Lake, Ontario Source Protection Plan in the Toronto Region Source Protection Area Assessment Report necessitated by City Infrastructure Projects. We have no speakers on this item. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Cole, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. IE 3.2, authority to enter into a nominal fee license agreement with Jumblies Theatre and Elder Duke Redbird. We have no speakers on this item. Would somebody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move this item? Councillor Morley's moving it. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Items 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5, there's a joint presentation on those, and then there's deputants on 3.3 and 3.4. So I will hold those. And sorry, that's 3.3 TransformTO 2022 annual report. 3.4 carbon accountability, institutionalizing governance, a carbon budget and offset credit policy, and 3.5 sustainable city of Toronto fleets plan. IE 3.6 options for permitting private installation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure on public streets. There are no deputations. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, somebody like to move this item? Councillor Sachs, would you like to move it? Okay, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. IE 3.7, I will hold as there are deputants. This is Hyde Park Movement Strategy, final report. IE 3.8, Cycling Network Plan 2023, Cycling Infrastructure Installation, second quarter updates and missing sidewalk program. I will hold as there is deputations. IE 3.9, pre-2008 diesel engine vehicles. I think there is a motion on this item. Okay, so we will hold this item. I'll hold it for Councillor Morley. So that is the agenda. Okay, so our first item, 3.3, 3.4, 3.4.
Oh, just a point of order, Madam Chair. We're just working out a quick motion, and I got to just speak to Councillor Sachs about it too. It's about essentially marking the 90th anniversary of the Christie Pitts Riot at Christie Pitts Park. So anyways, I'll be circulating that as we speak, so it'll come at the end of the meeting, okay?
Okay, do we need to add it as new business now as a hold, or can we still add it whenever it comes in? Okay, great. Okay, perfect, so we'll watch for that. Okay, thank you. I'll let you introduce yourselves for the record and go ahead and give us a presentation on the latest and greatest of TransformTO. Yes. We are on 3.3. Okay, just one moment. We'll sort that out.
Yeah. 3.1.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, so the clerk is going to sort that out with you and get you properly registered. Just to keep things moving, we'll do the presentation, then we can move back to 3.1 for the deputant and then through the other deputation. So we'll proceed with this while that's getting sorted out. So go ahead, thank you.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, City Councillors, and members of the public joining us today. My name is James Nolan. I'm the Executive Director of the Environment and Climate Division, and I'm joined today by my colleague David Jollymore, the General Manager of Fleet Services. Today, I'm pleased to give an overview of progress made to advance TransformTO, Toronto's net zero strategy, adopted by Council in December 2021, and the steps the City is taking to steering our emissions to net zero by 2040. Also, we'll be introducing a new major policy to enhance carbon accountability with the introduction of a carbon budget. Earlier this month, the City proclaimed April as Earth Month. It is fitting for us to take this forward today to raise climate awareness in our community and reflect on the challenges and opportunities for mitigating greenhouse gas emissions as we transition to a very low carbon future. There are three key climate-related reports before IEC today for its consideration. The first, TransformTO 2022 annual report, laying the foundation for net zero, provides an update on progress made in 2022 towards achieving the city's greenhouse gas reduction targets. The second, carbon accountability, institutionalizing governance, a carbon budget, and offsets credit policy, proposes a new framework to link the city's financial budget with activities that contribute to GHG reductions, and including an updated corporate offset credit policy aligned with net zero science. The third is the Sustainable City of Toronto Fleets 2023 update, which provides an update for transitioning city fleets to sustainable, climate-resilient, net zero operations. Before we get into the details of the reports, I'd like to provide a very quick refresher on the key focus of TransformTO. TransformTO outlines the city's role in ensuring the ways we build, travel, and consume result in fewer emissions and enable us to reach our GHG reduction targets. To reach these targets, the city will use its influence to regulate, advocate, engage, and facilitate transformation in 5 key areas. Demonstrating carbon accountability locally and globally by establishing a carbon budget for its own operations and the community as a whole. Accelerating a rapid and significant reduction in natural gas use. Establishing performance targets for existing buildings across Toronto. Increasing access to low carbon transportation options, including walking, biking, public transit, and electric vehicles, and increasing local renewable energy to contribute to a resilient carbon-free grid. Toronto's community-wide greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced by 43% against 1990 levels, surpassing our 2020 target. Though it should be noted that the reduction in emissions were affected by reduced travel during the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. Our immediate challenge is to take actions that cut community-wide emissions in half in the next 7 years by 2030. The city cannot achieve net zero alone. All of the community effort is needed, including enhanced coordination and dedicated funding contributions from all levels of government. For an example of what is needed to achieve net zero in Toronto, our technical modeling released with TransformTO estimated that the total investment required by the entire community, that is the city corporate, the business community, other levels of government, and individual residents, is in the order of $145 billion. To meet net zero by 2040, that would mean annual investments between $8 to $9 billion per year over the next 17 years, with most investments needed in the near term. For example, this would include costs to retrofit the estimated 450,000 residential homes and buildings, and about 27,000 home retrofits each year until 2040, and the purchase of 33,000 electric vehicles for 2030. These investments will also need to be supported by a clean and carbon-free provincial electricity grid. This scale of action needs everyone to get involved: residents, businesses, homeowners, building owners, and all levels of government. Now to the reports. The 2022 annual report outlines the city's progress in implementing the TransformTO strategy short-term implementation plan and provides an update on the 5 critical steps. 2022 is an important foundational year as we establish key actions to enable implementation of the goals and targets adopted in 2021 and continuing to advance actions that directly reduce emissions by the city, our partners, and our residents. I'm pleased to report that all 30 actions in the city's short-term implementation plan are underway, with some already completed. And through these 30 actions and the continued delivery of programs, policies, and investments, the City of Toronto continues to lead and support widespread climate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions now and into the future. Additionally, nearly all of the 40 City Council directives are underway, with some completed. It is important to note that some outstanding directions are to be addressed in the future, like the direction related to the next iterations of the short-term implementation plan, and will be developed in the years to come. The attachments to the staff report provide additional detail on progress, but I did want to take a moment to highlight a few key achievements in 2022. First, the establishment of a climate advisory group comprised of 26 members of the public with diverse backgrounds and lived experience to help guide implementation of our TransformTO strategy with an equity lens. Version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard came into effect, which raised the bar once again for high-performance, high-quality, low-emission new buildings in Toronto. It will continue to raise the bar on building performance, as is expected to save more than 1 megaton of GHG emissions by 2050. Installation of more than 100 EV charging stations in Green P lots this year, with work underway to expand installations to more than 650 charging ports, both on street and in Green P parking lots by the end of 2024. Establishment of a wastewater energy program and facilitation of one of the largest and first of its kind sewer heat recovery projects in the world that will expand local renewable energy supply for buildings. This project highlights how municipal assets like our wastewater infrastructure can bring clean energy solutions delivered by the private sector for the benefit of the broader community. And federal funding launched an enhanced home energy loan program to help homeowners improve the energy efficiency of their homes, replace their furnaces with electric heat pumps, install EV chargers, and more, seeing a 500% increase in loan applications. An EV charging plan is in the development, which will further grow this network, the network that I spoke about earlier, and support the transition to electric vehicles. Work continues to expand the cycling and transit networks, and the city launched the SolarTO web portal and solar map to enable home and building owners to assess the solar potential of their buildings. The second report before committee today is the Carbon Accountability Report. It addresses the first of the 5 critical steps I mentioned earlier. It introduces climate goals and governance chapter of the Toronto Municipal Code and codifies the foundation of the carbon accountability system. It outlines the process to establish multi-year emission budgets for Toronto's corporate and community-wide emissions. Requirements for planning, monitoring, and reporting written into the municipal code will enhance transparency and accountability in our climate progress. And this will be supported by an annual carbon budget that links to city decision-making on policies, programs, and projects in the annual financial budget to their expected GHG reduction impact from now until net zero is achieved by 2040. It also establishes a science-based corporate policy on offset credits aligned with net zero governance best practices, which will continue Toronto's leadership in this rapidly developing space. This slide shows a schematic of how the carbon budget process will work. But from a general perspective, the annual carbon budget report will summarize the current and new and enhanced GHG reduction projects and programs included in each division, agency, or corporation's budget. And in total, these will comprise the city's carbon budget in a given year. Carbon budget reports will include information on GHG reductions, the budgetary impact to help council and residents better assess how we are progressing toward climate goals. After the annual carbon budget report is released, the various projects and programs that it summarizes will be put forward for adoption by City Council, part of each division's budget proposal, and will be a coordinated approach with the financial plan. With that, I'll hand it over to David.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor, committee members, and members of the public who are in attendance here at City Hall with us or watching online. My name is David Jollymore, and I am the General Manager of the Fleet Services Division at the City of Toronto. We are happy to be bringing our report, IE 3.5, the Sustainable City of Toronto Fleets Plan, including an update and status for 2023. This plan is guided by Toronto's vision of being a clean, green, and sustainable city that is investing in quality of life, socially, economically, culturally, and environmentally to make Toronto a desirable place to live, prosper, and visit. The report identifies clear and decisive actions to invest in and accelerate city fleet emission reduction efforts and achieve net zero by 2040. Sustainable and resilient city fleet will be a foundation for delivery of quality services and value over the long term and will help build a better, more sustainable, more resilient, and equitable society. City vehicles are an essential component of the delivery of city programs and the provision of public services. City vehicles are also the second highest source of the city's corporate emissions at 40%, following buildings at 46%. The scope of the plan includes more than 10,000 vehicles and equipment managed and operated by the Fleet Services Division, Toronto Transit Commission, Toronto Paramedic Services, Toronto Fire Services, Toronto Police Services, Toronto Community Housing, Exhibition Place, Toronto Zoo, Toronto Parking Authority, and the Toronto Public Library. Next slide, please. Our report sets out specific goals for the city fleets in terms of emission reduction targets, vehicle and equipment transition targets, and net zero procurement. Two of the key contributing factors for enabling the achievement of set goals. First is industry readiness. The city's ability to procure zero emission vehicles is largely dependent on the auto and heavy equipment industry's readiness to produce and supply viable zero emission vehicle options and quantities, especially for the medium and heavy duty vehicles. Second is funding. Various types of economic pressures continue to create a very challenging financial situation for the city. Without required funding, city fleets will be challenged to meet TransformTO goals and objectives. Next slide, please. City fleets transition to zero-emission vehicles will carry a significant upfront cost. However, the long-term environmental, economic, and social benefits are far more significant. By achieving net zero by 2040, we expect to eliminate 244 metric kilotons of GHG and an estimated $400 million of avoided cost of social and economic damage. Social cost of carbon is calculated based on the Environment and Climate Change Canada approach on the social cost of greenhouse gases, also used by the US federal government. From a corporate sustainability perspective, improved asset management and efficient use of city assets will result in reduced costs and better service delivery. The city also has the opportunity to demonstrate its leadership on sustainability to our employees, the broader community, businesses, and other municipalities and levels of government. By modeling how to electrify a corporate vehicle fleet, city fleets could also play an important role in market transition to zero-emission vehicles, including lowering barriers to the adoption of zero-emission vehicles. Thank you for your attention, and we are happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to go to the deputations, and then we'll come back to questions of staff. So we're going to start with going back to 3.1. We have Karen Buck registered, so we will... Oh, sorry, I have to move a motion to reopen 3.1. Okay, thank you, Councillor Morley. All those in favor, all those opposed? Okay, now that we have reopened the item, Karen, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
So I was a member of the mediation. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I was a member of the mediation process and also a signatory to the mediation report that resulted from that process on the Ashbridges Bay treatment plant. As a member of the community, I was very concerned, along with the others, about the drinking water quality in Lake Ontario, which is an onerous and very serious job to do. And as a result, we were not very supportive of further chlorination of the effluent that goes into the lake. And the mediation agreement, actually, if you wanted to review it as councillors, Resolution 6, 7, and 8 propose another option, which is ultraviolet disinfection with tertiary treatment, and there's and the outfall. So I would like to just raise two other issues that are water is also being affected by fluoride that's added by the city, and secondly by tritium that is released by Pickering and Darlington nuclear plants, which becomes a part of our city water supply. So it's very important to understand that the things that are added to the water in Lake Ontario are a concern for the 6 million people who are drinking that water. And so it's just a good idea to think about what it is that is going into the water and how it can be prevented, and to stop what the city is doing. For example, the chlorination alternative of tertiary treatment and ultraviolet disinfection is something that I witnessed in the States at sewage treatment plants and worked really well, and doesn't involve a chemical that is going into the water and those byproducts that would be created in the disinfection process. And I would be concerned also, we all know how to brush our teeth, floss, and look after them. There really are concerns about too much fluoride in different products and drinking water. So there are alternatives to that as well without putting fluoride into our drinking water in Toronto. And the concern with the nuclear plants is that the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is not setting standards strong enough that would prevent the daily release to the air and to the water of tritium in the
Final thought.
operation of the nuclear plants that are close by to Toronto.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us, Karen. Any questions of staff? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Just curious, we have Luigi from Toronto Water here. If you could speak to us about the fluoride concerns that were raised and sort of what our current practice is, that would be helpful for me and I'm sure members of the public. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, fluoride is added at each of our drinking water plants, and it is added at the request of the Toronto Public Health. They're the ones that mandate whether we fluoridate our drinking water or not. We are regulated that once a community makes a decision to fluoridate its water, then we are governed by specific regulations on how to set it up and dose and operate that equipment in our treatment plants. So that is the general regulations and laws around fluoridation. It's a municipal council decision. It is not a requirement under the Ontario Drinking Water Standards.
Thank you, that's helpful. And if I may, just one quick follow-up with respect to the disinfection practices. Can you talk to us about the tertiary treatment? A little quick, what does that look like, and whether the city has looked at the ultraviolet treatment alternative to chlorinization?
So through you, Madam Chair, so yes, we are actually in the midst of constructing an ultraviolet disinfection facility at Ashbridges Bay, which will treat the effluent leaving that plant going into the outfall that's being discussed here. So the projects are being constructed jointly right now, and they both were subject to the environmental assessment that was referenced in this report that started in 1989. So we are constructing that UV facility as we speak, should be commissioned in about a year and a half. With respect to the issue on tertiary treatment is not a requirement under regulation by the province of Ontario. Our treatment plants only have to do what's called secondary treatment, which is what we have at all of our treatment plants. In order to go to tertiary treatment, typically you're moving into some sort of filtration after the final effluent stage that we have right now, and the costs of that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as staff, we wouldn't recommend proceeding down that road unless there's a change in provincial regulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any additional questions of staff? Seeing none, any speakers to this item? Seeing none, somebody like to move staff recommendations? Councillor Morley, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, so that brings us to 3.3, and the speakers on 3.3, TransformTO 2022 Annual Report Laying the Foundation for Net Zero. Our first speaker is Richard Lyle. Do we have Richard here?
He's online.
Richard, you're online. You have 3 minutes. Richard, we just need you to unmute yourself.
Apologies. Thank you.
Great. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Lau, president of ResCon. We're the leading council of builders in Ontario. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. As you know, we're in the midst of the most intense and severe housing affordability and supply crisis this city and province has ever seen. We know the number is 207,000 income to buy, $3,000 in rising rents, and it's getting worse. We're at the point where a growing number of people simply cannot afford housing at all. And these are working people, not just people that are, unfortunately unable to pay for housing. The current landscape for our industry, too, in terms of construction, has never been more challenging. I know many of you know the reports on interest rates, inflation, supply chain problems, labor supply, et cetera, and our costs are going up, and we have a liquidity problem coming. In terms of taxes, fees, and levies on new housing and new rental housing and so on, well, they surpassed 30% recently. As you'll remember, we had a 46% increase in DCs. These are the highest in North America. And then, with respect to the climate change, builders want to do everything we can to hit those targets that have been set. Like, for example, Paris, we hit that target, which was Paris 2030. We hit that in 2017. As was mentioned, we've reduced GHG by 43% already. However, we must have realistic timelines and goals that actually are attainable. And I'm sorry to say that the report doesn't do that. The last time there was any cost-benefit analysis that we've seen, because the new stuff is apparently not available, the last time was 2017, spoke to an increase in construction costs of 16%. We don't know what they are now. We're kind of flying blind here. And we do have further changes of the code coming in 2024. Which will propel us further in terms of reducing GHG and climate change. So this is not done in a vacuum, all of this stuff. But, the targets of retrofitting 27,000 homes a year, every year to 2040 is just not realistic. Our electricity grid, as we know, can't support a lot of the electrification measures, which are going to increase costs to consumers significantly based on stuff we've seen. Where's the $10 billion and $27 billion cost to the grid improvements? Where is that going to come from? Our industry wants to work with government and work with the City of Toronto on realistic goals to achieve further improvements in GHG. We've done very, very well so far.
Final thought.
Internationally recognized. And I'll take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of Deputant? Councillor Morley.
Thanks for your deputation today. I'm just wondering, you mentioned 16% increase in construction costs to date, and you're not sure about the continued growth there, but I just wondered if you could give us a guesstimate from what you're seeing, how much higher do you anticipate they may go?
So that number was from 2017, and that was the estimate at that time. Since then, of course, we know our construction costs have risen dramatically, especially through COVID. So we're in the range of 45-50% right now. And then we haven't really costed out some of these new measures, and apparently there is a new costing, but it hasn't been publicly released. And, given the affordability and the supply crunch, I mean, the numbers are just astounding in terms of the lack of affordability and homeless. And that's driving, problems related to TTC, for example, homelessness and things like that. And it's getting worse. So we really need to, and we want to work with the city, but we really need to sit down and look at the numbers and cost this stuff out and see where it falls relative to other public policies objectives like housing supply. In the U.S. right now, there's a rental housing boom and has been for the last few years, and rents are actually coming down. We're not seeing that here, and there are reasons for that, but we need to really look at this and set realistic goals. We don't want to set green goals that are not achievable and won't be met, because that will be worse than anything else, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions of Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next Deputant is Lynn Adamson. Thanks for coming, Lynn. You have 3 minutes.
I want to start by giving my deep appreciation to the staff of TransformTO and the councillors who've been supporting the work of TransformTO and took on the challenge to accelerate the target. The original target was 80% reduction by 2050. Now, following the September 2019 global climate strike, a climate emergency motion was passed and staff were asked to look at accelerating. So we now have a goal of 100% net zero by 2040. So, just going to show you the next one. Just some history. We've been advocating, I'm with Climate Fast, and we've been advocating support for TransformTO since before 2017. And these are students who come from Thorncliffe Park to Depute. And our Valentine's Day wish that TransformTO would be put in the budget. That was back in 2017. So now it is in the budget, and that's excellent. And it's an award-winning program. And we have won the American Planning Association Sustainable Communities Award in 2022, and the plant is also credited in the Climate Realities National Climate League standings in 2022, which I reference in the written document. So the plan is an excellent one, but it is just a plan. It has to be realized. So cities are the source of 70% of climate emissions. So what we do in Toronto really matters. We're Canada's largest city. And I'm concerned that the report leaves out some worrisome information we should not be ignoring. So that's why I'm speaking today. So you can see that temperatures are rising on this chart, despite the fact we've had the international COP negotiations, and this is a trend, that is very worrisome. And scientists have now delivered our final warning, before we cross the 1.5 Celsius that we were hoping to stay below. So in March 2023, just a month ago, they put out their final warning in the synthesis report from the IPCC. Canada produces more greenhouse gas emissions than any other G20 country, and G20 countries put out at least 70% of the emissions in the world. So we've got a lot to do to be responsible and cut our emissions. We have to slash them, and here's our target. So the report is correct that we've cut 43% since 1990, but you need to realize that that all happened early on. And since 2011, we've hardly cut at all. And now we have a huge thing. I've joined the Climate Advisory Group, so I'm feeling responsible for trying to help the city achieve these targets. And we might get 45% reduction by 2025, probably will. But to get a 65% reduction by 2030, another 20% drop, that is going to be a huge challenge. And it's not being made any easier by the province, which is polluting the electricity grid, which is extremely important. That we're trying to electrify things to reduce our emissions, but meanwhile, gas-fired plants are being put on the grid, and I know that Toronto has gone on record against that, and we're going to have to continue to fight that. Oops, that's my grandson. Sorry, just a little. This is who it's for. We're doing things for our young people.
Final thought.
Pardon? That's it. Okay.
Yep.
So that's basically my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Hamish Wilson. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Mic is on, I believe. Yes, there we are. Glad that it's been declared as a climate emergency because, yes, it is, and we need drastic reductions along with carbon sinks and the growth in them. Trees, including urban trees, they're very important. And thanks to many staff and councillors. Councillor Perks was in here earlier. He soldiered on. It's been uphill. Also very glad that Councillor Sachs is now here as well because she totally knows the issue. Here's some of her work. My time scuds. 45 seconds already. We've had the Toronto target, and yes, there's been a reduction, but what's in and what's not? That's the very important thing. How accurate is the overall accounting? And I think we're fundamentally flawed in that we're missing more than a few things of the materials of our buildings. The foundations are suspect. Concrete, for instance, we are not counting concrete to the best of my knowledge, which I could be wrong, but where's concrete in our emissions profile? Do we not use any of it? It's in my email submission, there was something from C40 indicating that globally concrete's about 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. 8% is a huge amount. I think the reason for this not being measured is A, it's complex, but also B, with the GHG_ protocol that has been developed more globally, they have two categories for accountings. There's capital BASIC and then capital BASIC plus. Almost everybody, including us, seems, I don't know, maybe there's some country, some city somewhere that is doing the basic plus. But most of us are taking the easier road and doing the basic stuff. The basic, not the basic plus, which is the basic is limits to the territory, to the area of the city, not the consumption-based, the consumption, what we consume. It's a huge thing, and if this can possibly be transferred, please. So I'd actually urge you to go a lot slower unless you actually make a motion to move to the basic plus accounting by 2024 and adjust the promotion of it. And it's very specifically that the city tabulate use of concrete by all the agency boards and commissions by 2024 and contractors, and also get into a move for demolition control, because we have to actually control the waste of our buildings and not demolish sound buildings.
Final thought.
It's complicated, and it's such a shame with the climate emergency we don't actually have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Questions of, although I know you can also speak to the next item also. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Morley?
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share any additional thoughts with us through my use of a questioning, but you were just starting to speak about building waste and the importance of regulating that as part of our climate goals, and maybe you could just elaborate for us a little bit more on what that opportunity could look like for us to think about.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Here's something that I had in August 28th, 1991, the merits of old buildings column urging building preservation, mentioning that there was actually, we do have demolition control capabilities, and it's a shame and a disruption to communities and a disruption of tenants, for instance, to demolish sound buildings and dump them in the lake. Which is often the way of it. The embodied energy of concrete, the embodied energy of tiles, of glass, of metals. Metals tend to be captured because and we're making progress on capturing it. But it's like we're focusing on the operating budget and not our capital budget. And that's an irresponsible way of proceeding. How much concrete does Toronto itself use every year, bring into the city every year? How much gets hauled out? You don't know. You're kind of flying blind, and that's why we're such a horrible country, and it's such a horrible mess with the looming melting of the permafrost. Methane pulse is going to be very real. It's the coup de grace.
Thank you. I appreciate
you.
that.
Additional questions to the speaker? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Alison Stewart. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Introduction, I'm Alison Stewart, speaking on behalf of Cycle Toronto. I'm a resident of Moss Park in Ward 13. When the city adopted the TransformTO net zero by 2040 report in 21 and marked a critical step forward in moving the city forward in a positive and sustainable way. Specifically, the target to have 75% of trips under 5 kilometers taken on foot, transit, or bike by 2030. With less than 8 years away to reach this goal, there are still far too many parts of the city where it's unsafe to consider or take a short trip on foot or by bike. So in order to increase to low carbon transportation options, the city must systemically invest in expanding active and multimodal transportation infrastructure and programs across the city, even when it inconveniences or has the perception of inconveniencing car drivers. So it is our strong recommendation that both this committee and City Council vote unanimously in favor of giving more teeth to the TransformTO strategy by setting clear standards and processes that make it clear to all city departments and agencies that they must prioritize and implement policies and plans that support achieving TransformTO net zero by 2040. And that said, I have a few questions along with many others, which I hope that members of this committee and council will be asking city staff. But if this corporate policy that's being proposed today is adopted, if that had been in place prior to January 2023, would, for example, the outcome of the city's budget deliberations have been different? So specifically, would the TTC board have been allowed to propose service cuts and increase user fares? Would the Toronto Parking Authority have been allowed to submit a report that proposes a new fee structure that largely hinges on increasing fare users? And also, with this adoption of this new policy, will it help city services like transportation services? Will they be granted delegated authority so that once council approves the near-term cycling network plans, they'll be able to implement the plans and reduce some of the ongoing polarization and debate and work that is involved with implementing every kilometer of, for example, a 100-kilometer plan. So in addition to these, in the letter that we've submitted, we also suggest taking things like that when the city expands its electric vehicle strategy, that it must include e-bikes and other electric micro-mobility devices such as e-cargo bikes. Our concern is that, yes, having EV vehicles is important, especially for commercial vehicles and public transit. We do not want to see our current system of automobility be reproduced. Anyway, thank you.
Questions of Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Hao-Sen Chen. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. It's Hao-Sen Chong, by the way, just so you know. I've noticed in versions of it, my name is spelled incorrectly. Thanks very much. My name is Hao-Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I've been a climate campaigner and activist for about 20 years now. A previous life, I used to actually sell carbon offsets, which will be relevant when we talk in 3.4. TransformTO is one of the biggest challenges the city has, but it's also one of the biggest, for example, economic opportunities the city has. And I would like to thank staff and everyone here in this room and all the people who've got us to this point. This report is the first annual report since the city passed the net zero goals in 2021. So this is a phenomenal thing. That being said, we have some issues with this report that we hope can be changed and added in next year's report, understanding, of course, that this is an iterative process that we want to improve as we go on 2023, 24, 25. Those 3 areas are granularity. Currently, in particular, with the reports coming in from the short-term implementation plan and with the director's plan, there is this goal and tick that says this thing is in progress. In progress can mean anything between 1% complete and 99% complete. And that has an impact when you're talking about multi-year plans that you need to do. So like in year 2, it's good for us to know whether or not a particular item is half the way there or 30% of the way there. It's also good to know whether or not that plan is ahead of or behind schedule, so perhaps we can add extra little columns to look at those. Secondly is accuracy. We're really disappointed to see the city's item number 9 for the short-term implementation plan about improving transit to be like in progress, given the cuts in transit service this year. So level of accuracy wouldn't be important, probably how we divvy up that information by looking at the granularity can help with that accuracy. And then number 3, assuming that 3.4 passes, that we actually get a carbon accounting and budget system passed in the city, would be to integrate that carbon budgeting into these annual reports so that people, item by item, would have an estimate as to what the actual carbon impact would be. Because some things will have a much bigger impact on our emissions than others. And so that's the general thought of it here. Appreciate your time. Once again, appreciate everybody's work here. In order for us to really get to net zero, we have to make sure that our carbon reporting systems are seen as credible and impartial as our financial systems, and we think that this is a good step forward, and recognizing, of course, that this is an iterative step, and it should be improved year to year to year as we get closer to 2040.
Thank you. Are there questions of Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our last Deputant on this item is Karen Buck.
I don't think this is working, is it?
There you go.
Oh, okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Great. Well, I'd like to congratulate the City of Toronto for undertaking TransformTO and ratcheting down CO2 emissions within the city. This is a tremendous job to do, and what is really missing here, I believe, is the education program that you need to put out to individuals and to companies that this is our target and this is why we chose it. And there's a really good, doesn't show, but there's a really good rationale in the report that shows why Toronto chose this. People need to know that, and that there are savings by putting it to 2040 instead of 2050. People need to know, everybody needs to know, because we all have to reduce CO2, who's doing it. And so the categories are housing. Don't wait to retrofit. You've got to put everything into the houses that are being built. Geothermal can be put in then, and that would be great. And then there's transportation, and then there's waste. And, but the people up front, the big companies, since 1980, when we first talked about reducing waste, they have not participated to the extent that they need to. And there's another one here, the modeling process. People need to know this. They also need to know that there are benefits of climate change, and that's for everybody, especially the future, especially our children and our grandchildren. I was pleased to see that actually TransformTO Net Zero has a strategy short term, so you can maybe start measuring and find out where you are quickly so that you can ratchet up to actually meet the long-term goals. I'm pleased to see that you have green standards and that 2 has gone up to 4. That's terrific. And I think the attachment to this item is very good and supportable. I went through it and I kept on saying, yes, that's it, yes. Finally, it's on paper and it looks like it could actually achieve something.
Final thoughts.
Final thoughts are, individually we can do things, but we need other participants. We can use the shopping bags. We have, since 1995 in my family, never used throwaway gift wrapping. We've got these and we've done that. And, and table napkins. So there's all sorts of things that you can do individually, but the big thing is, it's that front end of the big corporations, of the people who are making the things for us, that really needs to be attacked.
Thank you.
With vigor and niceness.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we move now to questions of staff on 3.3, and then we'll go through deputants on 3.4 and 3.5. So it's questions of staff for 3.3. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was some great points raised by our deputants, and I thank them for their participation today. It is within the TransformTO implementation plan to increase existing streetcar and bus service levels. We understand that the report out that we're looking at today is 2022 numbers, and we did recently see a move to reduce service and raise fares on the TTC. So I'm going to ask an obvious question, but I think it's important for us all to be clear. Will we be able to meet our climate goals if the city continues to make operational decisions that are counter to our long-term TransformTO goals?
Through the chair, transit is an important part of our TransformTO goals, and obviously shifting 75% of trips under 5 kilometers to transit, walking, or cycling by 2030 will require a robust transit network. But I'm happy to pass to my colleagues, the TTC, I think, who have joined us for any additional detail around the work that they're doing related to this.
I think, and just to respectfully, I have a couple of questions. So just to clear, are we able to achieve these goals without us all working in lockstep?
Through the chair, no, we're not able to achieve our goals without coordination, integration, and working together.
Thank you, appreciate that. With respect, again, on the transit issue, we have a great program, RapidTO, as part of this initiative as well, and we anticipate a study, the results of a current study being reported out this year. Can you just give us a little bit more clarity on when specifically in the year we should be anticipating the RapidTO report out? Or study results, rather?
Through the chair, hi, it's Barbara from Transportation. Here I am.
Sorry. Oh, there you are.
Not in the common place that I am. We have been doing a fair amount of work on the 20 corridors. The 5 that we've advanced initially, we've been asked to go back and do some additional public consultation. And so Dufferin and certainly Jane are ones that we have been doing additional consultation. And we had planned to come back with a report potentially this summer, but it may actually be into the fall.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. I appreciate that great work that's underway. I just had a couple more questions on this item. And we heard a little bit, and I'm always inspired by our deputants in terms of our line of questioning, but the City of Toronto has been making policy decisions around reducing and controlling the number of vehicles on our streets. Is there value to quantifying the city's goals with respect to vehicular activity levels?
Through the speaker, so we do actually track, we have a number of monitoring facilities in the downtown in particular, but in other places where we know there's going to be a fair amount of congestion or changes. And so we do monitor. We have a travel time index that we publish on a weekly basis that we've been tracking since the beginning of COVID that gives us some more information about that. I'm not sure whether setting a target is necessarily the best plan, but we're happy to ponder that and come back to you with some suggestions about what might be a good way to go there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm mindful of my time. I just have a couple more quick ones. And I think this kind of speaks a little bit to the great suggestion that was mentioned around an education campaign. And so the question is, how is the TransformTO working to address the culture shift that is necessary from residents of our city who might be resistant to change in order to meet our climate goals? And is an education program something that is under consideration?
So through the chair, we have a number of activities related to education, outreach, and engagement. But this is an area that we are looking at putting additional focus. We are working on the development of a communications and marketing approach. And we'll be working with, in particular, our climate advisory group on terms of how we can connect with residents across the city, businesses, and others in a meaningful and impactful way. But we would definitely agree with the deputant and others who have identified communication and engagement is critical to addressing the climate crisis.
Thank you. I'm going to squeeze one more in my last few seconds here. So the Toronto Green Standards buildings are a significant contributor to the city's carbon footprint. Currently, we have a tiered system with many applicants choosing to build to the lowest tier of the system. Will developments built to tier 1 of the Toronto Green Standards require a future retrofit in order to meet our long-term net zero goals?
Through the chair, Jane Welsh, City Planning. Thank you for that comment. So that would be the subject of the retrofit strategy, I believe, that Environment and Climate will be bringing out later this year. But definitely, and as you do know, we do advance the requirements now every 3 years. So a new version will be coming out, introduced in early 2024 and in effect in 2025.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, I know you have questions.
Yeah, very much. So firstly, picking up again on Councillor Morley's question, the TransformTO report contemplates that all new buildings built in 2030 will be net zero or close to it, but we have lagged with our green standards because when we give zoning and site plan approvals to buildings often many years before they're built. If we and I remind you, we only have 3 minutes, so short answers, please. If we allow buildings to be built and approved with gas infrastructure as late as 2029, we're going to have buildings built with gas after 2030. So don't we need to accelerate gas out of buildings in the Toronto Green Standards to our next cycle, version 5?
So maybe I will start and then I will pass to Jane. I think through the chair, and from a general perspective, yes, anything that's built not to net zero will require us to look at retrofitting in the future to meet our net zero targets. So the faster we are building new buildings to net zero will reduce the impact or need for that to take place. But maybe Jane can speak to where we're at in terms of the standard.
So we will be introducing version 5 to council in the spring, and we will take your suggestion and look at the ability to reduce the amount of gas infrastructure that's required. And as you know, the plan is.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So back to Mr. Nolan. By next year, I mean, as Hassan pointed out, just saying this is in progress isn't helpful, particularly when we know that we're actually going in the opposite direction, such as the TTC cuts and the HELP program. By next year, will you be able to give us more accurate details on progress and not claim progress for things that are actually going backwards?
Through the chair, I think we can take that suggestion and look to provide more details. That seems like a reasonable addition. This is an iterative process, as was mentioned, so we'll take that feedback and integrate it. We're also looking at opportunities to provide products like dashboards to provide more real-time updates on the progress that we're making.
Right. The first deputant gave a plea that we've heard many before, that we're not being realistic and that we need to go slow. What are the consequences if we keep going slow in getting serious about climate change?
So through the chair, I won't go into significant detail, but going slow does have impacts. We are able to see the impacts from a climate adaptation resilience perspective. The increased CO2 into the atmosphere broadly will result in greater climate impacts and increased cost to the city in terms of ensuring that we have resilience or dealing with emergencies as they arise from climate change.
Great. Now, this report is dealing only with part of our emissions, only our scope 1 and 2. What is your plan for getting serious about scope 3 emissions, which include things like embodied carbon and concrete?
So through the chair, we are targeting later this year, hopefully as early as June, to come to committee and to council with a consumption-based inventory, kind of the first step outlining what those scope 3 emissions are for the city and some advice on how to move forward and approaches that the city can take to addressing scope 3 emissions. So we would agree completely with the with the deputy. This is a very challenging, complex area, but we are doing work in this and we'll be reporting back shortly on our scope 3 emissions and advice on how to move forward with addressing those and steps we can be taking.
So this is an important step on our step 1 and scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. We've got to still get to scope 3, and also we have an enormous challenge dealing with adaptation, getting the city ready for the hammer blows of climate change. When will you be reporting back to the city about that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
The question is, when are you going to be bringing back a progress report on detailed on adaptation and what we need to do about it?
Through the chair, we are working through the kind of the details on adaptation, but also on kind of actions that we should be taking coming out of the resilience strategy. We don't have a specific timeline for a report back, but I think we are targeting towards the end of the year, if not early next year. We know this is a critical area for the city to understand in terms of the impacts of climate and steps we need to take.
And is it fair to say that the cost of dealing with adaptation is going to be as much or more as the cost of implementing TransformTO?
Through the chair, I think our analysis from around the world shows that is the case.
Thank you. That was time.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions of staff? In the room, none. Online, none. I just have a quick question. I'm pretty competitive. I think Toronto is the leader. I think we're doing a lot of amazing things. Can you maybe just mention a few of the things where we are the first or we are the leader?
I think there's a lot of good examples in terms of where we are demonstrating critical leadership. I spoke today about the heat recovery from wastewater. That is, an area where we are a leader, and the program we're developing is a leader. I will say the next item around our carbon budget, we would like to say that we're a leader there. We're the second jurisdiction in Canada after Edmonton, though scope and scale is a bit different. And when the report went live last week, New York released their carbon budget report the next day, so we'd like to think that we're one day ahead of New York in terms of leadership related to carbon budgets in North America. We are also had leadership in a number of areas around home energy loan program. The work that we did in the City of Toronto was taken up by FCM and other municipalities, and now we're seeing expanded across the country. And I could probably go on. N-Wave and the work that came out of deep lake water cooling. The Toronto Green Standard is being emulated around the province, if not around the country, in areas that don't have their own building codes. So there's lots of examples where we have demonstrated leadership in reducing emissions, and we're seeing other jurisdictions that we work with and partner with taking some of those steps that we have already taken.
And have we shown that we can set an ambitious goal and meet it?
Yes, I would say we have. We are on track. I will, of course, say that the work that we need to do is significant, and it's going to take an effort from everyone in this city to meet those goals. But I believe that we've demonstrated that we can meet goals in the past, and I believe we will meet them in the future.
And what do we need from the province and the federal government?
Climate change is obviously a global challenge that requires investments from all levels of government. From the province, we need a clean grid as a first priority. We need to ensure the electricity that is coming in, that we are putting into heat pumps, into electric vehicles, is as clean as possible. We need investments in innovation. We need support for the workforce of tomorrow that will implement all of these actions. Again, this huge opportunity through all of these investments from an economic development perspective. From the federal government, we need continued support through policies, programs, and funding and investments to support residents in terms of making those choices. And I think from all levels of government, support for infrastructure investments that have multiple benefits, whether it's in transit, in our hard infrastructure such as water and wastewater and other areas. So there's a lot of work to be done, and it really requires the work of all governments. It can't be the city alone trying to do this off of primarily the property tax base.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that closes questions. Speakers on this item. Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. Yes, I have three motions, or maybe the clerk put them together. But I sent them in as three items. So one of them is on the screen. I can't see exactly what it is. Yes. Okay, so this is the first one. Combustion of gas in buildings, mostly for heating and water heating, is the largest single source of Toronto's climate pollution, and is also a contributor to air pollution. It's also a very significant contributor to indoor air quality problems. We know that any house where you're burning gas in a stove in the kitchen has worse air quality, which contributes to asthma in children. And we are in the middle of a building rush, so that continuing to build more and more buildings where we hook up more and more gas appliances is digging a deeper and deeper hole, and that hole is already going to be very, very difficult to get out of. So my motion is that we do everything possible so that we're not allowing new buildings to continue to put more and more gas infrastructure in that we're just going to have to be torn out afterwards. So that's my first motion. My second motion is to join with others to plead with the federal and provincial governments for money. I know, Deputy Mayor, that you've been doing that very effectively, but we need help. We're not going to be able to do this without the upfront capital, even though we know that investing in the green transition will save us a lot of operating money over time. We won't have these enormous fluctuations in diesel costs, as well as the health and other benefits, but we are going to need that upfront capital. So the second motion is looking for help, looking to work with our neighbors, our colleagues, to press the federal and provincial governments who have most of the money in this country to step up and do their share so that we can do our job. And my third motion is, again, focused on advocacy by the city. The federal government is in the throes of negotiating new regulations, for example, the clean electricity regulations. They're getting fierce opposition from anti-climate groups such as our provincial government to weaken those regulations. That would be very harmful both for our health and for our climate pollution, as well as our specific goals here. So I'm asking that we authorize staff to participate in advocacy directly with the federal government. This was one of the measures identified by the Climate Caucus of mayors and councillors across Canada as one of the most effective things that we can all be doing. We need to be doing it together, and it will be very helpful for smaller municipalities if Toronto is doing its part in that advocacy. So those are my three motions. I do want to thank staff for bringing this report forward. It's a good step. We need to do better. We need to do faster. We need more detail. We need more accuracy. But this is a really good step, and I appreciate it. And I hope I ask everyone to vote for it. But of course, you should vote for my motions too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question of the mover. Can you put up the gas stove amendment there? So just Councillor Sachs, can you explain, as you know, there's been a lot of controversy about this gas stove use and the problems it causes to the home environment. Could you explain this motion so we don't get all kinds of pushback and hysteria about this motion?
Well, my motion is to ask basically what we can do from the city solicitor. Many cities around the world have already adopted rules that no new gas appliances should be installed in new buildings. The International Energy Agency a year or two ago already recommended that if we wanted to have a fair chance at a stable climate, it is time no later than 2025 to stop all new installations of major gas burning equipment. We know it's perfectly possible and economic to build buildings without new gas infrastructure, though it may still have a role in terms of peak backup heating. So if you look at what the Toronto and East York Community Council approved last week, we approved, or maybe it was the week before, we approved at 208 Bloor that the building primary heat source will be electricity, that there will be no gas appliances in any of the units. And that's the direction we should be going. It's better for the future tenants. It's better.
Okay,
for the
if
city
I
as a
could
whole.
just get some clarification here. So what's the alternative then? If they're not allowed to use gas stoves, what do they cook with?
Induction stoves. They're faster, they're cleaner, they don't heat up the house, so you don't have to air condition.
What
and
powers
better
the
air
induction
quality.
stoves?
The induction stoves come from electricity. Ontario's
So where does the
electricity
electricity
system is
come
still
from?
90% non-emitting.
Where does the
The
electricity?
electricity in Ontario, most Ontario electricity comes from nuclear, about 66% when I did my study.
So
Most
aren't
of the
you
rest comes
concerned
from
about the
renewables, and a small
proliferation of
percentage
more
comes from
nuclear
gas.
plants?
Ontario doesn't need to build more nuclear plants. I did an extensive study of this. Ontario can absolutely meet all of our electricity requirements without building new nuclear, with renewable energy and conservation and sensible pricing policy. And I have a whole report on that if you'd like to see it.
But isn't the federal
I wrote it
government
when I
now
was the
looking at
environmental
maybe
commissioner.
funding another nuclear plant? And doesn't that get Toronto moving people to use more nuclear power, which they still haven't figured out what to do with the spent fuel rods? What
I think
do they
the
do with the spent
questions
fuel
have
rods?
to be directed to the motion, so. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, Councillor Cole, I absolutely agree that building another nuclear plant at Darlington is a terrible idea, but whether it happens or not, gas is a worse idea given the climate crisis that we're in.
Long-term any additional questions? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, Councillor Cole.
I just, obviously, Toronto's made some incredible steps in the whole area of sustainability as a city. We still have a long ways to go. You know, what I worry about is the fact that the public gets lulled in the false sense of security and we continue to consume all these fossil fuels and nuclear energy at an unlimited sort of quantity. And now, you know, everybody's crazy about plugging in their cars into the nuclear power plants. And you know, we just saw the expenditure of $13.2 billion in St. Thomas, Ontario for this corporate welfare stuff with Volkswagen. And everybody thinks, oh, it's great, we just plug in our cars, we just use electricity, there's a consequence to everything we do. And I certainly appreciate Councillor Sachs's intentions here, but I think we have to basically bring the public along with us, lead them, but we've got, and this idea of basically turning off our gas stoves and natural gas heating. I mean, that's how I heat my house, is natural gas. And I have a gas stove. And what it does is when we go down this road without having a good dialogue with the public about this, we turn a lot of people off and they fall into the laps of, the wackos of this world. So I just will not support that first motion, given the unintended consequences of supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, additional speakers? Okay, I just want to start by thanking city staff for their enormous amount of work. The progress I've seen over the last 5 years has been really incredible, and really it's been about transforming the way we do business. And every single department now puts a climate lens on the way they do their work and thinks about it. So water is doing great things that benefit climate. Waste is doing great things. Our city fleets are doing great things. Every single department is really embedding this into the way that they make decisions. And I really look at this report as a celebration of all the great work that we have accomplished. It is great that we will now be getting this annually. Every year it will get better, just like our ESG report that comes out. Every year it gets better, and more information is in there about the great things we're doing. But I cannot say enough that Toronto is a leader. And when I travel to other places, they go on about the great projects that we have underway in the city of Toronto. And I think sometimes we don't share that enough, and we can be very humble as a city, but we should be so very, very proud of all the great things we're doing. We're going to have the largest wastewater energy transfer system in the world coming online soon. We have amazing projects like N-Wave cooling through our downtown core. We're in our competition with Edmonton. They just beat us with 61 green buses. We had 60. We had the North America's largest fleet. But the announcement that we had just a couple days ago will help bring us back up to 400 and bring us into the lead. And I say all this because I think it's important that we are competitive, and we're competitive with each other as cities. And I think we should all rise to that challenge. And I'm so very proud of everything that our city staff have done, and I don't think we thank them enough. So I just want to leave by saying a very, very, very big thank you for everything you do. And I'm lucky because I get to go to somewhere like the Green Municipal Fund, and you give me a slide deck, and I get to stand up there all proud, but it's your work, and it's your work that we're showcasing. And so for that, we're grateful. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll move to voting on the motions. Yeah. Sure, we'll pull them up one at a time, and I'll let you call. Okay, so this is the first motion by Councillor Sachs to review options to discourage installation. So
have a recorded vote on this.
Vote. All those in favor? Okay, so in the room in favor is Councillor Morley, Councillor Burnside, myself. I just need to switch screens so I can see Councillor Sachs, who I would believe would have her hand up. Councillor Sachs. All those opposed? Councillor Cole. That item carries. That brings us to the next motion. This is the motion about intergovernmental cooperation. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Item as amended, I'd like to call a recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Morley, Councillor Burnside, myself, Councillor Sachs. On the item, Councillor Cole?
Sorry, there was a, wait, there was a third motion, right? There was money and one on advocacy.
We think it might be on another item.
No, I sent in 3 on 3.3, and they were all on the screen, I think.
Oh,
One
I
was
think
on
they displayed
advocacy
one
and
together,
money,
though.
One was on advocacy. Yeah, scroll down. Oh, well, I can't see the screen,
Okay.
so I believe you.
So here we go.
There.
There's 3 here. The third one is the Atmospheric Fund and Clean Air Partnerships.
But these are all funny. There's a different one asking for advocacy on clean electricity. That was, remember I said I had 3 motions?
Okay, we will pull that.
I'm working on a phone here, standing next to the window to try to get better internet, so I can't see the screen very well.
So your staff had confirmed that these were the only 2. We can hold down this item and sort it out, or you can move it at council next week.
Whatever you prefer. That's fine.
So
there was a
we
third
have
one that said advocacy on the clean electricity, federal clean electricity standard.
Yeah, okay, they found an older version of it. I think they're just checking if it's the newer one. So why don't we hold this item down and come back to that, and we can move on to the deputants on 3.4 while we're sorting that out. Okay. Okay, 3.4, carbon accountability, institutionalizing governance, a carbon budget, and an offsets credit policy. Our first speaker is Joyce Hall. Do we have Joyce online? Okay, no. Move to the next speaker, Laura Lindberg. Do you have Laura in the room? Okay, Laura needed to. Hi. Laura? Okay, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
It's red, okay? Can you hear me? I'll wait for Counselor to take his place. Okay, I'll begin. Can we set the time to 0? Awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Laura Lindberg, and I live in Etobicoke. And after a career in large companies, I now run a very small company, and I do workshops on climate solutions and behavior change. First thing I need to say is I am so proud of this city's climate strategy, especially the accelerated deadline of 2040. And I think it's just that you had the foresight to see that that would be the new deadline for all developed countries. And we really have no choice. And now the hard part, making it happen and bringing residents along with you. I came here today mainly just to let you know that I am with you. Taking action on climate is the most important issue to me, to my family, and to all of the neighbors that I engage in conversation. I understand that there will be hard choices to make. Certainly we need that parking levy. Maybe we need more and higher user fees. Maybe we need to sell green bonds. I want all of our choices to be informed by their climate impact. So I stand with you, and I will continue to engage with everyone I can to support what you are doing on climate. A carbon budget is a great idea. Everyone can understand a budget and why it's important not just to have a budget, but to follow it. When I spend more money than my budget has, I pay the consequences, right? I pay interest on my credit card, or I have to give up something else that I want. I see the city's carbon budget working in a similar fashion, but with a very important difference. If we overspend the carbon budget, we don't pay the consequences. The penalties and the interest go to our kids, our grandkids, and all of nature, and that's not fair. I fully support the 2 recommendations. 1, to adopt and put into law the carbon budget governance model, and 2, the new policy on offsets to make sure that only robust offsets are only used once all of our emission reduction opportunities are exhausted. I have one small request. Make the transition easier and therefore faster. I personally scoured the recent home show to try to find somebody, anybody who could talk to me about ground source heat pumps. I finally found apparently the only person, and he promptly talked me out of it. And yet, I know that they're growing in popularity in places like New York. So why are we behind on that? Let's lead. As you're saying, we are leaders, let's do it. In contrast, the Enbridge person who came to fix my gas furnace could have replaced it with a brand new gas furnace right away. So when we install a new gas furnace in the home, or especially in a multi-unit building, that takes money out of our carbon budget. And when we replace a gas furnace or any gas appliance with renewable energy, we are putting money into our carbon budget. So really, I feel privileged to live in this great city. I am so grateful to each of you, to your work, your dedication, and to the visionary city staff that are involved in TransformTO.
Thank you.
As the UN Secretary General said, this fight for 1.5 is going to be won or lost on your watch.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Have you, and I will check after your comment, have you had a look at the Better Homes TO website?
Yes.
Okay, and there's not the information that you're talking about on there available for heat pumps?
I couldn't find it for ground source.
Ground source heat pumps,
Yeah.
okay.
Ground source apparently is even more efficient than air source, so I want to exhaust all research on that to see if I can do ground source before looking at air source.
Okay. We will follow up on that and ask about that. The other thing is I know it's been said that we may not have the supply chain ready in Toronto yet and all of that. So in your look, you're not seeing a lot of suppliers, you're not seeing a lot of information around that either?
Not at all. On ground source, I have people put their heads down and say, yeah, I think you should look at air source.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a big untapped market, and we may, and again, I'll have to go back because I think we had some motions in the past about how we could try to stimulate that economy a little bit. So we'll go back and look through what we have and have that discussion. But thank you. I take that under advisement. That's very helpful. Okay. Any other questions of the deputant? Councillor Morley.
Just a quick comment on that issue around ground source heat pumps. My understanding is, you may be familiar, down on the lakeshore, Humber College is building a brand new building. I believe they've implemented that as part of that new build. So I'll also follow up with Deputy Mayor McKelvey and see if I can gather any information to share on how they have, obviously they're a big institution with lots of money, but it is happening in our own backyard. So it's underway. Wonderful.
Very proud of it.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions, Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Lynn Adamson, 3 minutes. Yes, can the tech help out over here?
But I'll start and get the photos in a sec. So I'm here to support the carbon budget. Okay. Sorry, I know I should have paid attention. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So I'm here to support the carbon budget motions. And I would like to share a personal story. On April 1st, so just a little while ago, I had to go in a health crisis to Mount Sinai Hospital, where I stayed for 8 days and had life-saving surgery. Their expertise, their dedication, their excellent care is the reason that I am here today. Their motivation, their skills and resources, and their dedication and commitment is the reason our excellent healthcare system is there for everyone. And we need the same for a climate-safe future. For those who are young now, we need to make sure they have that climate-safe future, and we need to have that dedication to make sure it happens. So my son Max here, my grandson, sorry, will be 22 in 2040 when the plan ends. He'll be 32 in 2050. And I want to know what kind of world he's going to have. He's holding a get well card for me for my surgery. And I want to give him a card. I want him to say to him, you will have a good future and you will enjoy a beautiful, natural world because we're making it happen. For your lifetime, you will have that. So I'd ask you to think about a young person in your life that you care about and picture what you can do. Know that you hold their future in your hands. and to inspire their confidence. We hear a lot of how young people are fearing the future, okay? To inspire their confidence, we need to set up the programs now. We need to get the sources of revenue now, and we need to provide greater transparency to how we are creating the future, and the carbon budget will help to achieve this. People want to create a path to renewable energy future. Just heard from Laura, her story, and my sister's doing the same thing with heat pumps. We care enormously about those who are young today and will inherit the living conditions that we are creating. We are all in this together. We will make or break the future together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next Deputant is Hamish Wilson.
Yes, good morning again.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. It is an excellent idea to begin to analyze where our carbon and other greenhouse gases are going and how it's being used. I regret to say again that we're kind of like wrong and diluted almost in terms of what we're trying and proposing to do because we're not really measuring all of the consumption-based emissions. It gets back to the basics from the GHG_protocol.org, I think it is, that they have two forms of accounting. One is the BASIC, another is the BASIC plus. And perhaps the staff could dig up the image from the previous deputation of the Paris analysis of the greenhouse gas emissions, and it was submitted in an email to you. They also included their air travel. Pearson is a huge contributor. Who's counting that? No, not really anybody. It's beyond our territory, and yet I think between the entire population of Canada uses it. So in terms of gas stove or gas methane versus for cooking versus Pearson, we probably should be focusing on Pearson a bit more somehow. So that's the sort of thing, and we tend to have a little bit of chronic denial. Please, if I could get the overhead to click in. Cars are subsidized, for instance. Our record on making anywhere close to the same degree of user pay for cars versus transit is pretty feeble. To read something, we realize that the public subsidy enjoyed by private automobile amounts to $2,700 per automobile per year, or about 7 times the amount we subsidize public transit. So, in terms of being honest about where we're going, don't do anything now on this, as urgent and as dire as it is, unless you begin to start the counting of the concrete emissions. Concrete has cement in it, and they have to burn limestone to make it, and so it's not just the energies involved in bringing it to the city and placing it, but also you know, the making of it. Old stats from 1967, can't show it unfortunately. A cubic yard indicated it was about close to 3 million BTU per cubic yard. Far more than most everything. And again, this isn't new stuff, but so, you know, a set of motions, please. Defer until you're embracing the basic plus and or counting concrete. Ask the federal levels to ensure that good GHG calculations for all infrastructure and all EAs occur. And also ask the federal level to require all cities above 1 million inhabitants to use basic plus with anything. And I don't have the time to talk about the BLISS carbon swaps or bike lane swaps, but sometimes swaps and credits aren't the way to go. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next Deputant is Liz Addison. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm speaking today on behalf of the climate action group Climate Fast, and I'm also a resident of Ward 11, where I'm one of the city's neighborhood climate action champions. And my project is the Home Retrofit Forum, which I don't know if any of you have seen, but I'm hoping. So there's a broad consensus that you can't control what you don't measure. This maxim is especially true of the response to the climate crisis. You also can't control those things whose measurement system is so complex and filled with scientific terms that only the learned few understand it. Control of our emissions will only be achieved if we have in place a measurement system whose rules are clearly defined and can be understood by people of all ages and backgrounds. Only in this way will Torontonians be able to monitor the city's progress toward net zero and a sustainable future. The publicly accessible accountability system of our carbon monitoring must make links between the financial decisions and carbon emissions abundantly clear to everyone, especially voters whose views and priorities tend to guide political decision makers. It must also make clear the impact of individual actions. For example, installing heat pumps, buying electric vehicles, using transit, using induction stoves, and the impact of those decisions on the carbon budget. It's been suggested that about 40% of carbon emissions can be eliminated through personal action. At Climate Fast, we agree that Council must approve the motions before you today. But more important is for the Council to direct the Division of Energy and Climate Environment and Climate, to develop a method to communicate with the public the need for a carbon budget and a clear means for them to monitor the proposed, what they're calling a dashboard, showing progress or lack thereof. We also agree that time is of the essence and that we must begin with the 2024 budget cycle, learn from our mistakes, and improve over time as data, tools, and processes are perfected. In closing, we want to commend the city's efforts to date to reduce its carbon emissions, but we urge you to work harder and more transparently to increase the likelihood that the city will reach its climate goals of 65% emission reduction by 2030. That's only 7 years. And net zero by 2040. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Aviva Gail Bunsell. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Aviva Gail Bunsell. I'm a 4th year environmental studies student, and I live in Ward 14, Toronto Danforth. I'm here today because I am desperately concerned about the climate emergency and because I am inspired by this motion of carbon accountability, institutionalizing governance, a carbon budget, and an offset credits policy. Climate change is impacting us all, but especially people most marginalized in our current systems, and the young people who will have to deal with it for years to come. Last summer, I had the opportunity to work outdoors with kids, and they asked me, why is it so hot out? Why is there a hole in the ozone? What is climate change? And I always struggled to figure out how to answer them. I struggle with the global reality that the work that needs to be done for a livable future is not happening fast enough, while also recognizing the huge amounts of change that have been made, including mostly closing the ozone hole. So I know what is possible when we put our determination, hearts, policy, and money to addressing problems. I ask that you support this motion of carbon accountability because it is a tangible systemic way to respond to the climate emergency and to ensure that we are on track to reduce our emissions. A carbon budget is a quantifiable way to track how much or how little carbon is being emitted at the city level and to carry that knowledge forwards into all operations and planning. It is a way to hold ourselves accountable and to meet the climate emergency and make our 2040 targets a reality. To make a prosperous, just, and safe city in 2040 a reality and fulfill our global responsibilities to this emergency. Carbon accountability and all city actions responding to the climate emergency takes us one step closer to being able to create a world where kids do not need to grapple with these hard questions. And if they do, it is in the past tense only. Questions of what was climate change? Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay. Just quickly, because fourth year environmental studies, where do you go?
York University.
What kind of other have you seen any other frameworks of this kind or other carbon accountability things? Like, have you learned about anything like that in your courses?
Not sure exactly. Yeah, I'm sure it's come up in some capacity, because when I learned about this motion, like, it had sounded like kind of like something I'd learned about and something. Like,
so I don't think it has. That's why I'm saying. I don't think it has.
Okay.
It certainly wasn't there when I was a student, and I do think that, you know, there's very few people that are putting this sort of thing outward. So I thank you for coming in to point out your support of it, because I do think there's very few examples of this. It is something that we need to go to globally, and maybe it's something you can take back and tell your professors so that they can tell the students about what they're doing, and then when they go move on to other cities, they can bring that there. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of encourage you to take that back and share it widely, because there's not a lot of cities that are doing it, and you probably haven't actually come across it in your class. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. Okay, other questions of the deputant? Okay, next speaker is Alexander Herka. Do we have Alexander online? Okay, thank you. If you want to unmute, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, audio check.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you for the platform. My name is Alexander Herka, and I am speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Group Toronto 350. We want to express our approval of this motion and our hopes that the city will adopt a carbon budget this year. As Canada's principal cultural and financial centre, Toronto needs to lead by example. We've been talking about ourselves as a leader in terms of this and other movements. The city of Toronto is home to 2.9 million people, and it is essential that we contribute to a safe and livable environment for all our residents now and in the future. We see the immediate adoption of the carbon budget as a valuable step in this direction. For such a long time, greenhouse gas emissions and general climate related costs have flown under the radar when compared to financial. You go to a store, you buy things based on how much they cost in this one sense of money, but the carbon cost is just not as noticeable. And bringing that to the forefront, making it so that it's not something that you assess at the side and is part of people's core decision making is so important for moving forward in decision making and everything in our lives. And I find this very powerful. It's something I've been seeing missing for such a long time. And something I'm realizing now is it also reminds me of those nutritional labels that you see on boxes of food. And that's maybe a model that we don't want to follow. It seems that it needs to be a primary concern rather than something that you sort of look at after the fact, after making your financial decisions. So ultimately, we must be doing this immediately moving forward, and also be willing to assess ourselves and the effectiveness of it, be willing to revise, check if it's working, and adjust the way we do this budget in the future. We might think of climate change as something that affects regions around the world and is far from us, but really my group has been very much noticing the effects of climate change in Toronto itself, be it heat waves, flooding in Lake Ontario and the Toronto Islands, or the increasing severity and frequency of storms that affect our health and our transportation and our power grids and everything. I'm excited to see where this takes us. And this climate budget, thank you for the speaking opportunity, and we have high hopes. Toronto 350 sends our approval.
Thank you. Thank you for deputation. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Sharon Bider. Do you have Sharon online or in the room? Thank you, Sharon. And then following Sharon, I'm going to go back to Joyce Hall, who I've been noticed or been informed is now present as well. So Sharon, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, well, thank you, committee. I'm very pleased to be able to speak this morning. This is an issue near and dear to my heart. I strongly support this motion, and I hope the city will adopt a budget and the necessary infrastructure and offsets immediately as quickly as possible this year. I'm really supportive of the city's ongoing efforts to enhance our sustainability in the face of the climate crisis and the intensifying experience that we're having. It's crucial that we take well-planned action to make all aspects of our city infrastructure and processes resilient in the face of the challenges ahead of us. So adopting a carbon budget and the administrative framework to support it will really provide the tools that city departments need individually and collectively to achieve our short-term and long-term carbon reduction targets. I think you heard that this morning from the city administrators. Coordination is critical. It will give residents the tools as well that we need to monitor our city's progress and to make informed decisions about what needs to change in city operations and what we should be supporting in order to make our city resilient in the coming decades. And as we've heard, clearly, it can become a tool to educate people on the issues and on what they need to do and they need to ask for. Just looking back, even 3 years ago, some of my neighbors and acquaintances seemed oblivious to the threat we were facing. But after a series of weather events, including the flooding that occurred when Lake Ontario water levels rose and the severe wind and ice damage that happened, not so much here, but not far away from here, the doubters now are very few in number. And therefore, as councillors with responsibility for decisions that will be felt by all of us in the coming years, I urge you to adopt the carbon budget and the administrative framework to guide us in all the actions that will make our city livable for decades to come. So thank you. I leave you with that.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Going back up to Joyce Hall. Joyce? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
President of Ward 10, and I'm strongly in favor of the motion and hope that the city will adopt a carbon budget this year. I'm personally concerned that all levels of government are failing to address climate change with the urgency expressed in the latest report of the IPCC, which referred to survival targets. We need tangible actions in order to keep communities safe and to build a prosperous future. So I applaud the efforts of the city to enhance Toronto's sustainability in the face of the intensifying climate crisis. The adoption of the carbon budget will help the city track the city's progress towards its short and long-term emission reduction targets and give the city tangible numbers to show citizens that efforts at the group, individual, and citywide level are paying off. And it will help make the case for future initiatives. I'm particularly interested in seeing that all new buildings include no use of natural gas and are heated and cooled through the use of renewable energy. We need tangible actions in order to keep our city safe. A little bit of personal information. I donate money to Sudan to support innocent citizens suffering from the effects of drought in that country. I am a member of Just Earth, and I also donate to Climate Fast. I donate also to Fair Vote Canada and the Council of Canadians in their efforts to promote good governance, which I believe is at the root of effective solutions. Really, I think that our representatives need to catch up with citizens in this regard. I was born in Etobicoke. Toronto is my home, and I want to be proud of my city. I want it to be forward-looking and smart, operating at the forefront of effective, fast-paced solutions, able to change and adapt nimbly in this crucial time. The adoption of a carbon budget this year will play a large role in accomplishing this ambitious goal. Thanks again for hearing me this morning.
Thank you. Hold on. Any questions? Okay, now you can go. Okay, our next speaker is Tao Sen Chong. And you have 3 minutes.
Thanks for having me again. Once again, my name is Tao Sen. I'm the climate campaigner at Toronto Environment Alliance. I actually have a certificate in greenhouse gas emissions accounting, and I used to sell offsets back in the day, and I don't do that anymore for many reasons. So I will bring that during this deputation as well. In general, we very strongly support the codification of carbon accountability and the carbon budget. It is fantastic that we're putting this, linking it with our financial systems. This is exactly the type of thing that we need to be doing, and to codify it into these legal systems and these quasi-legal systems and these processes is exactly what we need to be doing. So very well done. I know a lot of work was put into this, and this is great. There are a couple of recommendations that we have that we would like to see either down the road or in this process, so it's kind of up to you. The first is to adopt more processes for staff, councillors, and the public to identify actual high emissions and fossil-heavy capital projects. Right now, as it stands, the accountability systems allows for several places where either staff or primarily staff can identify projects that have a carbon reduction aspect to it, but we also think it's vital for accountability for staff and other people to flag projects that may actually increase emissions as well. So that's one of the key aspects. Second, we need to set real non-offset emission targets for 2040. Right now, this accountability process that we have, the framework sets reduction goals and actual absolute reduction goals for the year 2025 and 2030, but in 2040 it just says net zero. What that means is that it's possible for us to hit our 2030 targets and for emissions to rise in 2040 and then counteract that by the purchase of offsets. And so because there's no absolute target for 2040 and it just says net zero, it's theoretically possible that all of that we could reach net zero simply by just buying offsets, which would be incredibly expensive. Finally, in terms of the offsets, we think it's important to disclose annual detailed accounts of any carbon offsets purchased or produced by the city. The offset world is very nebulous at times. There are a lot of different standards out there. All these different standards and all these carbon offset methodologies have different levels of accountability, have different levels of validation and verification. The last thing we want to do is for the city to, like in 2030, buy a bunch of offsets and for those offsets to be worthless in 2040. And disclosing what kinds of offsets and what types of methodologies that are used to produce those offsets could allow for a lot more transparency for people to come in and point out where that might be an issue down the road. So I'll take any questions that people have. That's our general thoughts.
Thank you. Any questions of the Deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker, thank you, is Jay Scott. Sorry. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, committee and chair, for this opportunity to discuss this item today. I'm a resident of Ward 5 in York South-Weston, and I'm here to strongly support this motion and urge the city to adopt a carbon budget this year. I applaud the city's ongoing efforts to improve Toronto's sustainability in the face of the intensifying climate crisis, first by declaring a climate emergency, and then by developing the Net Zero by 2040 plan. To ensure the success of both initiatives, we need to adopt a carbon budget that will first help track the city's success in its short and long-term emission reduction targets. A carbon budget will give the city measurable data that it can report to residents who want to see that individual, group, and citywide efforts are reducing carbon. Secondly, firmly oppose and use any means at its disposal to thwart the province's attempts to incur unacceptable carbon emissions with a frivolous demolition and rebuild of the Science Centre and massive overbuilds for a foreign-owned, pay-for-use property at Ontario Place. Finally, reconsider the decision not to determine new higher costs of a rebuild of the Gardner East extension, not only as a way to save costs, but that any savings accrued would go to finance identified but underfunded carbon reduction strategies. All of us have observed the impacts of the climate crisis in our city and across our country in recent years. I believe we urgently need effective, measurable actions in order to ensure that our city and communities enjoy a just, safe, and prosperous future that won't be shackled by avoidable climate crisis debt. The climate emergency affects our environment, and I have seen the impact on pollinators, such as the loss in numbers over the past 3 years of the number of bees and butterflies in my garden. Toronto is where I live, and I want this city to continue to offer a vibrant and livable home for all who also live here. I appreciate your time and thank you for this opportunity to advocate for a carbon budget, which will help Toronto meet its climate goals. And unscripted, as an elder person, I'm reluctant to do the retrofits that are necessary without financial assistance. It's just not affordable for me and something that's recuperable in the lifespan that I have left. So I'm not actually encouraged to do this, although my heart is really emphatically in support of those measures for the city. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I think that closes the deputations. We got them all, just confirming. Okay, so questions of staff. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the issues with carbon offsets credits we've heard raised by a number of our deputants today are well documented. There are many instances of specific offset credits being far less effective than initially claimed. I'm happy to see a discussion of legitimacy around carbon offset credits in this report, an acknowledgement to the practice of greenwashing, and a focus on credits which represent an exclusive, additional, quantifiable, and verifiable unit of emission reduction or carbon removal with a low risk of reversible or negative social and environmental consequences. Can you provide an example, and so the first question to staff, can you provide an example of an offset credit type that would be acceptable under this policy?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we would be looking primarily at credits associated with storage and long-term storage, where that it is demonstrated that storage, whether it's sequestration underground or elsewhere, will last for centuries, if not millennia, to ensure equivalent benefit associated with, or equivalent to the impact associated with the emission into the atmosphere of the CO2. So it is a very stringent kind of limit. It wouldn't include any what we would call short-term sequestration, such as through tree planting or whatnot. Is really for long-term verifiable, and that we are confident will last the equivalent lifespan of the CO2 that we are offsetting.
Awesome, thank you. And I think I have a bunch of things buried in my ward as well from previous industrial uses, so I'll dig into that with you offline to better understand and learn more. What is currently stopping us from taking a stronger stance on our climate commitments and disallowing the practice of carbon offsets altogether?
So I think we have to, and through the chair, I think we have to kind of recognize that this is a net zero strategy. There may be instances where it is not practical or possible to reduce emissions, and that could be from process emissions associated with some of the activities we do. And for example, my colleague in Toronto Water is there are some technical challenges where right now it may not be practical or possible to completely eliminate all carbon emissions. And I think we have to look at those potential opportunities. Again, the primary objective of this policy, though, is that we take the steps that reduce the emissions from our inventory and our corporate inventory first before we look at offsets.
I think we can all agree these are great initial steps, so thank you for that response. I just have 1/2 more, if I may. So allowing the practice of purchasing offset credits in the years leading up to 2040 to allow the credits to be used to address shortcomings in subsequent years seems a bit disingenuous towards actually meeting our net zero goals. What would be the impact if the city would disallow this practice of purchasing offset credits?
So through the chair, I think the focus for the offset credits really are in 2040. Our focus leading up to 2040 are kind of immediate reductions, and that is what the carbon budget supports in terms of identifying those specific actions to get to net zero. So this really is, as we approach 2040, what residual emissions do we have left that we'll need to offset because of practical or other challenges to actually establish the reduction. So we don't anticipate that we'll be offsetting emissions in those leading up years. We'll be focused on action to reduce.
Wonderful, thank you. And just one quick one that came up during deputation around capturing the emissions related to concrete and use of concrete. Can you just provide any comments on that?
Through the chair, I point back to the work we're doing around our consumption-based inventory that we'll bring forward in the coming months, really first quantifying what those emissions are, and then looking at actions that we can take within the city related to reducing the embedded emissions in what we're purchasing. Maybe that's through procurement or other policies. But I think we'll have to also look at what is possible within the kind of the sphere of influence that we can have, recognizing that we also have significant investments we need to make, whether it's in housing, transit, or other infrastructure from a climate adaptation and just general state of good repair perspective. But we'll be looking at ways that we can reduce those emissions. But we, of course, would look to industry and other levels of government to support kind of the longer term reductions that are needed that can support us in making wise choices.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions to staff? Councillor Sachs, do you have questions? Go ahead.
Can I just...
Please, thank you. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Nolan, and again, an incredibly impressive piece of work. It's going to be really challenging to implement, very important. Reviewing the questions we did last time, again, this carbon budget procedure that you've proposed is not yet including any of our scope 3 emissions, correct? So is that something that's going to be coming forward later?
So through the chair, this time it will focus on scope 1 and 2, and with the immediate focus on our corporate emissions from fleet and buildings. But as we bring forward the consumption-based inventory, we'll be looking at providing advice and seeking direction from council on how we can approach scope 3 emissions. But I wouldn't want to kind of get out ahead of what may be possible and as we finalize that analysis.
Okay. In other words, this is one step in a long road. There's a lot of things we're not doing yet at all, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. This is going to be an iterative, evolving process that will take steps over time and will add to it, so it will only get better over the years.
Okay, and that includes adaptation as well?
Through the chair, yes, adaptation as well, certainly.
All right. Now, the link between our carbon budget and our financial budget, you agree it's absolutely critical to the success of this plan?
Through the chair, yes, I would agree that it is an incredibly important step to the success of TransformTO and to providing transparency around actions and investments.
Right, and the critical word is transparency. What this process will do will make our decisions transparent, but they won't force council to do the right thing. We're going to have to choose to do the right thing, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The policy can't force decisions on council or limit the powers of council. It will provide information to council to make decisions and make informed decisions.
Which will cost the city more, taking action to reduce our climate pollution or not taking action?
Through the chair, well, I don't have specific numbers. I can say from the science, not taking action on climate will have longer term, more impactful costs, both financially, socially, and environmentally.
Now, to talking about the offsets, you already agreed with my colleague, Councillor Morley, that weak offsets undermine the integrity of the entire system. Are you open to a motion to prevent the city from purchasing offsets from the voluntary market unless they've gone through an extraordinarily severe evaluation and specific approval by council?
Through the chair, we'd definitely be open to a motion that provides that. It would align with the direction that we're seeking related to offsets in general, which is they need to be verifiable, quantifiable, and provide that rigorous information to ensure that we are getting we're meeting our objectives. So we would support a motion that aligns with that.
Thank you. Now, another key thing that stands out is that you don't propose a quantitative limit on the percentage of Toronto's emissions that can be waved away with offsets, or offset with offsets, not unkind. In the work that I did for the Ontario Carbon Plan, I proposed a 90%, that is, 90% of the emission reductions had to be real. Are you supportive of a motion to require you to come forward with a proposal for a quantitative limit for our 2025 to 2030 carbon action plan?
Through the chair, we would support a motion and could work to do work that looked at a potential limit. I would say right now the policy provides a strong background for limiting the amount of offsets we purchase anyway, potentially just based on the requirements associated with it, but we could do more work to look at what a potential numerical limit could be.
And it's, from your presentation, it's clearly essential that we have access to the capital that's needed up front so that we can make the investments that have the long-term paybacks. Is the city open to collaborating with pension funds and other pools of capital to provide that upfront money so that we can save money and carbon over time?
Through the chair, I would say we are open to working with anybody who is interested in partnering with us on climate action, whether it's a pension fund or others from a capital perspective. Obviously, we have policies and procedures from a financial perspective we would have to make sure we're adhered to, but we are always happy to talk to anyone about what can be done to make our actions move quicker.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was your last question. Councillor Peruzza had a question?
A question, but really I would like more of a comment or an opinion. So during the COVID lockdowns, and I know it's not specifically dealing with this, but during the COVID lockdowns, the air felt cleaner, it smelled cleaner, there was a lot less going on, planes weren't flying overhead, traffic was severely reduced. I just want to hear from you in terms of what the impacts of those lockdowns were, and did we learn anything there that will naturally carry forward and that we will benefit from, as in terms of changing habits or things that happen that may cause people to change their habits and we have better performance in terms of getting to our net zero that's just happening out there naturally.
Thank you. Through the chair, so definitely through the COVID stay-at-home orders and the emergency, we saw a reduction in transportation emissions, and so that had a climate benefit, but that also has a air quality benefit. emissions from vehicles, I think, are also our largest sources of criteria air contaminants, so sulfur dioxides, nitrous oxides, et cetera. So yes, you would see that correlated benefit from a health perspective as well. I think while we've seen a return to vehicles, that balance in terms of people looking at alternative transportation options, as well as some of the more hybrid work, does have a longer term benefit I think we'll see on the transportation side. And we are looking to support that through increased transit, increased cycling, increased walking options that, again, have that benefit, both climate and air quality, and kind of that quality of life aspect.
And in terms of quantifying that in some meaningful way, because you're right, some of those, we have changed our habits somewhat. There are things that I used to do that I no longer do, and it's no longer part of my repertoire. And I do some other things a lot more. So I walk a lot more, for example. I ride a lot more than I did before. And is there any way to quantify some of those changes in habits that going forward?
We've done more on the science kind of emission side, but we could look into what that leads to in terms of benefits. And we've done some background as well on kind of the health benefits of reduced emissions. So I think, and we talked earlier about communications, one of the things we could look at is providing additional communications, putting into our support for residents around the benefits of, taking more active forms of transportation, not, from a health perspective, from a quality of life perspective, but also from an environmental perspective. So I think that's a great suggestion we can look into.
And do you think that there's a way to capture that going forward to be able to quantify it in some way?
Through the chair, I believe we can, as part of both our reporting annually and our overall inventory, we can look at kind of how those benefits manifest over time, and then look at how we can communicate to support people in making those types of choices, and talk to them about why it's important to make those choices and why it's beneficial.
I think that would be very useful. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions of staff? Okay, I just have a couple questions. So this came about when we brought the climate emergency declaration in 2019. There were a few amendments over the global climate emergency language everybody was using. So one was by Councillor Layton to look at 2040, which you've done. The other was the one I brought forward, this one on implementing a carbon budget, which we have here. And the third was asking, and it may be covered in this, so maybe I just want you to speak to it, but how we could manage this work in a really adaptive way. So we were able to seize new technologies and maybe advance things that working really well, but also maybe ramp out of things that aren't working well. So how do you see us managing this information in the way we make decisions so we can speed things up where needed or slow things down?
So I think the carbon budget will be really critical to that, because it is both a 5-year emissions budget and plan, but also an annual plan where we're reviewing all our actions, what we're achieving, and are we achieving the GHG emission reduction potential that we had estimated when we started the initiative. So it has that iterative process, but also looking back at what we've done, and kind of an inherent review built in. So every year we'll be coming back to council to say, these are the things we should continue, these are the things that we should enhance, or maybe these are the things we need to stop and focus on elsewhere. It'll also give us that picture of where the value for our dollars are in terms of those reductions, so we're able to prioritize actions associated with these investments.
Okay, and I don't think we've traditionally been good at walking away from things, because we're always scared to do that. But are you prepared, if something is not working, to walk away for something that's working better and ramp that up?
I absolutely, we are prepared to bring that forward. Again, it'll be council decisions, but I think this will provide that basis and that information for informed decisions around what's working, what's not, and how we can adjust course to do better, or to reduce our emissions in other areas.
So through the city budget, we are doing a really great job at tagging projects that are related to climate, both mitigation and adaptation. We know this year we've contributed $2 billion across projects across all divisions. So I just want to make sure it's crystal clear. Next year, in addition to that, we will also see GHG emissions.
That's right. The focus will be really around GHGs. While we know one indicator of progress is dollars spent, the most important one is the GHGs reduced for those dollars spent, because it tells us how we're achieving our outcomes. So that'll be a key element of what we're doing is working across divisions to better identify the actual reductions that we'll see as part of the budget process.
Okay, and then for the financial piece, something we've been talking about is kind of developing a menu of projects and the costs of those projects so that we're at a position where, as new, in particular, federal funding opportunities open up, we can quickly apply and latch onto that. So where are we at in terms of developing a menu of projects and costing for that?
So that work, again, will all be part of the carbon budget, identifying those new and enhanced opportunities. And I will say also, as part of this work and part of TransformTO in general, we'll be looking at a more clear articulation of where we believe the federal and the provincial governments should be making investments in climate action based on their roles and responsibilities. So we're not just identifying the opportunities, we're also clear in terms of our expectations around how those opportunities should be realized.
And the federal government has made a pledge, a policy for net zero by 2050. Have we seen significant openings up in terms of funding available for municipalities since they made that pledge?
I would say that we have seen significant programs opening up and commitments being made and opportunities. I think we'll be looking at how we can work with the federal government to scale those programs and to facilitate greater action. A lot of times programs are kind of individual applications, smaller amounts of money, which requires quite a bit of administrative overhead to establish new programs every time, deliver them for a few years, and then go through the process again. So I think we're looking at ways that we can provide advice to them on how we can work together to really provide for scale and sustainable programs and investments over time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that was it for questions. Move to speakers. Speakers to this item? Okay, I know Councillor Sachs, I think you want to speak to this item. Do we have you online? Did we lose her?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Whoops, well, Okay, thank you. I have a motion. At least I think I have a motion. Maybe the clerks can advise if they have it. The gist is this is a very, great. Thank you very much. So this is a very important initiative moving toward carbon accountability framework. It's not yet the carbon budget, but it's the system that will allow us to have a carbon budget starting next year. So incredibly important. But for the reasons expressed by some of our deputants, a weak offset system can completely undermine the integrity and effectiveness of all of our efforts. So really important that we develop a quantitative limit, and staff have agreed that they will propose a quantitative limit for our next 5-year term, and that we will not buy offsets from the voluntary market, which have been the largest amount of greenwashing, without specific approval by council. So that is the gist of this motion. Again, genuinely, I want to thank staff very much for the enormous amount of work that they've put into this, and I really hope that making our decisions clear will lead us to make good decisions as councillors.
Okay, thank you. Questions? No questions, Speaker. Okay, speakers, Councillor Cole. They said they also sent it. They can put it up for you. Do you want to put it up for them?
Can I speak? Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just think that the incredible undertaking of everybody at the city should certainly be acknowledged and appreciated. It is truly remarkable what a city government is doing. We're doing much more than many provinces and states even. So we can't really underestimate that. But I want to get down to the grassroots, to the people. all these incredible things we're doing and planning have got to connect and partner with our citizens. And this weekend, we had a clear manifestation of the fact that many Torontonians are passionate about their local environment. And I was really heartened by what the turnouts we had. I know Deputy Mayor McKelvey and I did a kickoff at City Hall to kick off Clean Toronto Week for Earth Day. And I was reminded this weekend just about how many Torontonians care about their city, their air, their parks, their neighborhoods. Again, I expected a few people to come out, but we had an amazing turnout on the Kay Gardner Beltline of people who walked over, picked up for the whole morning. And I'll put my truck picture up there, please. So, and we didn't even ask the city to come and do it because it was a Sunday and I know the city workers need the day off. Get that picture back up. So here's what we picked up in a short section. This is Pepper. She lives in 855 Roselawn, TCHC. She's an incredible community activist. And we picked up even a satellite dish. You know, how many of these are strewn throughout the city? And we picked up a chair and bags of stuff. And so we just have to translate all of this incredible initiative that we're engaged in here to our citizens. We've got to break this down, and Deputy Mayor McKelvey always talks to me about we have to use Canadian Tire English. We've got to talk to people face to face. We've got to excite them, and they're willing to do it. But they're not going to do it if we do it with this academic, technical language, which is great, and we have to do it, but we've got to break that down. That is the key to achieving our goals. We don't engage people, we won't achieve our targets. And that's why I just want to thank all the councillors, city parks, transportation, who did incredible work behind the scenes on Earth Day this weekend. We had thousands of people across the city doing what was right for their local environment. And I just want to make sure we thank everybody that was involved. And by the way, Lou, they made me pay at the dump on Monday $40. I said, listen, this is from cleanup day. It doesn't matter, you got to pay. So anyways, I paid, but I was happy to pay because the person at the gate there at the Ingram transfer station gave my dog some treats. So I said, okay, $40. Anyways, listen, I just want to say this is incredible work that staff is doing. We've got to be very aggressive on this file. There's no other alternative. But let's not forget to engage, partner with our residents who are willing and excited about being partners. But we can't do it without a real, tangible partnership that we have to basically bring them on board with. So again, that's what I just wanted to use this as an example. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item?
Just very briefly, Madam Chair. Councillor Cole just inspired me, actually, because what I've found, and something that has worked really well, is involving kids in cleanup. So, through my office, right from the get-go, we started organizing all of the local schools and bringing them out into parks and getting them to clean the parks and clean the areas in and around their schools and so on. In the early days, having this sort of the Live Green people go in and talk to the kids about how important the environment was and the rest of it. And you can't underestimate the power of people. Because if you explain to them how important it is, then people at the end of the day will come through. And I remember being with my own son at a park locally near my house. And I was sitting there reading a book, and my son was playing on the playground equipment. And there's this family that came in. This woman came in with her kids, and they sat at a table, and they ate their lunches and so on, and the rest of it. And there were some wrappers that got left, and they were strewn around the picnic table. And I remember as they were picking up to go, the child, the young girl, turned to her mother and said, "Mom, we can't leave that back there because this is like our living room. This is a public park. It's like our living room. We shouldn't leave it like that." And they turned back and picked up those wrappers and put them in the garbage bin. They were about to go and leave all of that stuff behind, but the young girl, she somehow stop that from happening. And I think that's so important. I think we need to develop better education around this and involve kids far more intimately in this exercise, because it has to come from people. It has to come from the bottom up. It is never ever going to happen if it's coming from the top down. So thank you, Councillor Cole. You reminded me of that experience, and I just wanted to share it with the committee today because it's so important to this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional speakers? Everybody's done. Councillor Sachs, you've spoken this one. You're good? She's good? Okay, I just want to say a few words. Again, thanking staff. I can't thank them enough. I am so very lucky to be able to travel to other places and present the city's great work and stand up there, but I know that it's all of the work that you're contributing to that, including making the slide deck. I'm looking at you. So thank you for that. And I am always touched by other cities that come forward to say, hey, Toronto is a real leader, and how excited they are about things that we're doing. And I will say that at the last Sustainable Cities Conference, I told everyone in the room, take what we're doing, use this as a model, bring this back to your city, implement it in the same way. This isn't about intellectual property. This is about everybody working together towards a common goal. And in our case, that goal is net zero by 2040. And it's just very exciting what we have been doing at a city, looking at new ways of making decisions across all departments. We saw in this year's budget that we have invested $2 billion in projects that decrease greenhouse gas emissions or prepare us for the wetter, wilder future that we're going to have. And this is another step in the right direction, because next year's budget will, in addition to having the dollar amount, will actually have a greenhouse gas emission inventory. It will tell us department by department what we are emitting, and it'll give us an ambitious path to decrease that over time. So very excited that this is before us. He's no longer with us. I mean, he's still alive, just gone on to other places, Councillor Layton. But you know, I did work with him extensively on this in the last term, and it was his motion about 2040. It was mine about the carbon budget and bringing in an accountability framework. So I'm so excited that the work that we did together is now come to fruition, and look forward to the budget next year. Okay, so we have a bunch of things to vote on. So do we have Councillor Sachs's motion on this? So we'll put that up first. That's about the offsets. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. That's it for motions on this item? Okay, on the item as amended, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. I have to go back to 3.3. Councillor Sachs, they found that third motion they were supposed to exhibit, so can we put that up on the screen?
Yes, thank you. This is the motion I mentioned earlier, authorizing staff to advocate to the federal government that they do a good job with their clean electricity regulations, etc.
Okay, so we will vote on this motion. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On the item as amended, that's item 3.3, TransformTO annual report. All those in favor, All is opposed, that item carries. Okay, some more housekeeping before the break. Councillor Cole, do you want to introduce your motion? We can display it, people can look at it over the lunch break.
Yeah, it's just basically asking for cooperation with our Parks and Recreation Department, Janie Romoff and Company, that to get a permit for August the 16th, so we can basically use it as a teaching opportunity to remind people of the incredible thing that happened August 16th, 90 years ago, and make it a fun event and a teaching event. So that's what we're all trying to do. So see you at Christie Pitts. And Hamish, you're playing first base for us, okay? See you August 16th.
Okay, so that introduces it onto the agenda, so have a look for that over lunch, and then we can quick release it when we resume. So just in terms of how, what we have left on the agenda, so everybody knows, so item 5 and 9, Councillor Sachs have noted that they are related, so I'd like to consider those together. They're both related to fleets in the City of Toronto, so we'll deal with that item first, followed by item 7, which is the High Park movement strategy, and then item 8, which is the cycling network plan. So that will be what we'll be working on after lunch. So we will resume at 1:30. Can we need one more? Do we have Councillor Sachs online?
Not yet, no.
Okay. So we will get back to it. So we had tied item 5 and item 9 together. I don't know that anybody needs to hold them anymore. Anybody need to hold 5 and 9? We can quick release them. I do have one very quick question though before I release them for the fire chief, because he did come back for the item. So can you just tell us a little bit about your new electric fire trucks?
Happy to, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. We, Toronto Fire Services is working with one of our vendors, the Safe Tech Emergency Vehicle Group and the Rev Group. In July of last year, we worked with them to design and subsequently order what will be the first 2 North American-style fully electric, fully functional pumper trucks. Those are on order. We expect delivery about a year from now, so we're expecting them roughly Q2 of next year, and that will give us the opportunity to evaluate the operational effectiveness of a fully electric fire truck.
Okay, thank you. So first in North America. And my second very important question is, if you won't let me drive it, will you at least let me turn the sirens on?
Madam Chair, we can negotiate that.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming back. Okay, so with that and no additional questions, all those in favor of IE, we'll do 3.5 for Sustainable City of Toronto Fleets Plan. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Thank you for staying for that item. And we can also now do IE 3.9 pre-2008 diesel engine vehicles. All those in favor? Okay, yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick one for Mr. Jollymore, Fleet Services Manager. And thanks to my colleague, Councillor Sachs, for the great motion on this item. I just wanted to get some clarification. Does this motion provide enough leeway to staff to make the necessary judgments to replace the vehicles where it's environmentally beneficial to do so? And just appreciating that some of our larger vehicles may not be, let me read the context, sorry. It's clear that emissions from these vehicles are markedly worse than modern alternatives, and I'm thankful for Councillor Sachs's dedication to raising awareness on this issue. However, I do understand from staff that some of these vehicles are used infrequently, and I'm concerned that replacing a functioning older vehicle with a brand new one would actually have a more negative climate impact when we consider a so-called cradle-to-the-grave assessment. And so the question is, does this motion provide enough leeway to staff to make these necessary judgments to only replace vehicles where it is environmentally beneficial to do so?
Through you, Chair, yes, I believe it does. We'll do that assessment when we look at each asset and do that assessment. Our objective would be to remove those assets from the fleet that are no longer required to provide service.
Wonderful. And I just wanted to do a little plug for a green tech organization homegrown in Etobicoke Lakeshore whose business is focused on transitioning old diesel engines to lithium power. And so I just want to share that with staff as an encouragement to consider that option as you do this great work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, there wasn't any other flags for questions or speakers on this item, so we'll move to vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, the next one we can also release is Councillor Cole's 3.10 Christie Pitts motion, which was advanced over lunch, so we can release that item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay, we have two items remaining. IE 3.7 High Park Movement Strategy, IE 3.8 Cycling Network Plan. Our first speaker, oh, sorry, we did, do you want the staff presentation on High Park, a short staff presentation, or do you want to dispense of it? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Looks like they're good. Okay, so then with that, you're around for speakers. Our first speaker is Marshall Leslie. The one beside you, and you have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, through you and to the other members of the committee and staff, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Marshall Leslie. I've lived 2 blocks from High Park since 1994. My use of the park and my family has included a wide range of facilities, and our mode of transportation has also foot, bike, car, and many, many loaded vans. This is a personal representation. I do not support the staff's recommendation or any of the other options. This is because I believe the High Park Movement Study is a flawed process. Under the guise of a movement study, actual methods of use are being determined, and that is a misrepresentation of the study's objective and well beyond the remit of a traffic network improvement plan. The work before you in its present form masquerades as a transportation study, but actually holds the fate of thousands of current and future park users in its hands. It is a Trojan horse. Please send it back. Let me explain. First, the study was narrow-scoped. The chosen time frame of 2019, 2020, and 2021, 2 pandemic years, 1 regular year, and none resembling any similar period of time in the post-war development of Toronto. The study also ignored important capital plans and their effect, like the $6 million High Park Nature Centre, for which funding has been secured from 3 levels of government and private donors. Second, the online survey methodology was poorly designed. Online surveys, and there are some elected officials here, are the push-pulls of the survey world. There are obvious sampling issues. Interest groups insert themselves into the process and drive folks wanting specific outcomes to the survey instrument. Respondents don't answer all the questions, and obviously the survey was in the field at a time when a public health mandate was in force and therefore not typical. I was very concerned that the survey had only 1 query about sports activities. And I was told by the project officer that if staff had to identify all the levels of sports use, then they would also have to differentiate among and between types of dog walkers and cyclists. Third, the park user survey results have been misrepresented. Environics, who I've used, is a reputable provider of public opinion research, but it is a reseller of data obtained through Mobilescapes. Environics' trusted suppliers, who are the real data sources, are not identified. Some of these trusted suppliers may in fact themselves be brokers and resellers. Data purchased from location-enabled apps is
Final
fairly
thoughts.
compatible. Fourth, very quickly, the WSP survey has a number of flaws and advocates technology that has not been tried, like vehicle access systems. And finally, the survey work that was done amongst the permitted users of the park has not been disclosed. It has not been revealed over the course of the High Park Mobile Study, and the information on permit users and revenues has been shielded behind freedom of information. We need that data. Send it back. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next presentation is by Michael Longfield. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor McKelvey and members of the committee. Hello, Councillor Perks. My name is Michael Longfield, and I'm here today on behalf of Cycle Toronto. My ask of you today is simple: to be brave, to be bold, and to make High Park car-free. Like all the deputants here today, I care deeply about High Park. For me personally, the car-free weekends and active TO road openings were essential to my physical and mental health during the early years of the pandemic. And despite the stereotype that most roadies are white, straight, cisgender, middle-aged men, I started seeing more women and people of color on their bikes, such as new cycling groups like Mandem CC, Galdem CC, and Saddle Sisters of High Park, who are also joyously sharing this shared space. Toronto showed it can make transformational changes to rebalance our streets and make public spaces for all people. Nearly 3 years later, the High Park car-free weekends continue to be an incredible success. The city's own survey last summer overwhelmingly showed people were in favor of the car-free weekends. During the public consultation last summer, I remember a young man with vision impairment who said the car-free weekends gave him a greater sense of safety and freedom. And at the time, staff agreed that cars did not equal accessibility. The car-free weekends are amazing and they're incredible. They're also not perfect. The existing roadway is still designed for cars, which creates potential for conflicts between park users. The sidewalks are difficult to maneuver, and the lack of ramps and curb cuts make navigating the shared space a challenge for people with disabilities or for people using mobility devices. We want to say we appreciate the considerable effort of city staff on the proposed hybrid strategy, and there's a lot to commend. The proposed road redesign on West Road, the off-peak hours for recreational cycling, improvements for mobility and accessibility, even the musings of a potential park shuttle bus. After all, if IKEA can pick you up in a bus at the subway station, why can't we do it at our most popular park? But why are we settling for a compromised stopgap solution rather than improving the car-free option? Why are we proposing even rolling back the car-free weekends or considering another round of studies? What could a park that's permanently closed to motor vehicles look like? Cities around the world have already figured this out. When Prospect Park in New York City became car-free, the existing roadway was restriped to create multiple lanes for different modes of active transportation at different speeds. And Parc La Fontaine in Montreal reimagined its old parking lot into a velo park for kids to help them learn to ride their bikes. It's fitting that earlier today, the committee considered TransformTO, the city's climate action strategy. Earlier, you heard from my colleague, Alison Stewart, and others, stressing the urgency for Toronto to get to net zero. But what chance do we have of getting to 75% of trips under 5K by transit or foot by bike by 2030, less than 8 years away, if we cannot even agree to make our parks car-free today? The car-free weekends have shown us the potential. Let's make it a reality 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Daryl Gonzalez. Do we have Daryl online? No. In the room? No. Okay, our next deputant is Bob Murphy. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Murphy, and I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Bikeways as a community advisor, and I'm also with the Brain Injury Society of Toronto Advocacy and Advisory Committee. A vehicle or a car-free High Park would make opportunity for those of us with disabilities an opportunity for our to enjoy that park. It'll give an opportunity for our elderly and for ourselves and for our grandkids and our neighbors to be able to access the park freely without running across the street from the sidewalk to the east side to dodge traffic. Many of us with specific disabilities have difficulty walking, but we can ride. I mean, maybe we can't ride far, and maybe we ride slow, but we can still ride. So we need to really seriously think about making the opportunity for a vehicle-free, car-free High Park, so it's available for all of us. I'm a resident of York Southwest in Ward 5. And on the TTC, depending on how my body's working that particular day, I can throw my bike on a bus and I can be at High Park in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Gio Penaloza. Do you have Gio online? Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Can I share a screen here or?
They're going to give you the access, just a second.
Oh, but then stop the clock while you're.
I stopped the clock. You should have it now. There you go. Okay, thank you. 3 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Basically, I want to say is that High Park, the weekends has been a lose-lose. I live around the park. I use it, I walk, I bike, I run. I know it probably better than almost any staff. I love it. But the weekend action is lose-lose because from Monday to Friday, anybody who doesn't want cars, anybody who has disabilities, has cars in every road. On weekends, anybody that needs their car because they have some disability or whatever, cannot use it because all cars are car-free, all roads are car-free. I have made the proposal of the chart that you are seeing now, and that is 24/7, 52. I sent it to the city staff 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, also to Councilor Peirce, but they did not make this option available to people that were voting. This is very simple. The loop, the 2-kilometer loop will be car-free always, always. The other roads would allow cars at 10 kilometers an hour, mixed cars and bicycles. That way, people in cars would have access to all amenities, to all parking lots, to the 3 parking lots. So the restaurant people could have access to 24/7, 52. People to the zoo, people to the children's games. So this is a win-win-win. Why don't we turn? We know that people want, but instead of polarizing it, instead of having everybody fighting against everybody, instead of polarizing by sports or by dogs or by allotment gardens or whatever, let's unite. Let's unite. If we do this, we can do it in 24 hours. It's free. It's practically free. All you need is a little bit of paint, a little bit of signage. You don't need to report in all of these costs that are being proposed. And you can do it immediately, and everybody wins. So have blue. Everything that is on blue are free. Everything that is on yellow, mix cars and bicycles at low speed. And then the park is gonna be good for people of all ages, all abilities, and all backgrounds. Let's stop pitting people against each other and let's work on a solution that not expensive. Instead of putting all of the money that we're planning to do it, winterize the washrooms. We'll have to do a management study of the park because it's very poorly managed. But that's another topic. But from the point of view of mobility, I suggest this simple, fast, doable, and inexpensive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Catherine Kornikovic. Do you have Catherine online?
Online.
Hi, Catherine, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm just in the car on the phone. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, committee and guests, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Catherine Kornikovic, and I've been a resident of Bloor West Village for 27 years. I'm a homeowner, and I'm also a licensed dog walker who purchases insurance to buy a park permit for my use. There's much focus on adding more bike lanes in High Park when the present lanes are perfectly fine and are never crowded during the weekday. I'm there at the park every single day. I see everything that goes on, and it is not used as much as they claim. This is showing preferential treatment for a small group of population visiting High Park and ignoring the larger groups such as seniors, people with disabilities, families, small children, sports teams, dog walkers, dog owners, etc. Cyclists use the park around 4 to 5 months of the year and represent about 13% of the park users, while the other 80% use other means such as cars or walk-in or runners. Those who represent the greater number of park visitors should not be denied access to the park and their roads. Dog walkers walk 12 months of the year, rain, shine, or snow. We keep the park clean, safe, and often act as ambassadors to the park by giving directions and helping visitors when in need and sometimes in distress. Tax called improvement we do not want or need. This will not add value to the park, but instead a larger racetrack for cyclists. Adding more shuttle buses will not work for dog walkers, obviously. There are 30 plus dog walkers who use the park, and sometimes they use it 2 to 3 times a day. Where will seniors and disabled people, families, sports teams wait for these shuttles at the High Park entrance or at the subway stations? Shelters will then need to be put in place for those taking the shuttles, especially in severe weather. Will this be additional cost to the taxpayers and visitors? With the TTC cuts, I highly doubt they'll add more buses to get people in and out of the park in a timely manner. By closing off the west entrance into the High Park, which is the Bloor entrance, you'll be creating severe parking issues on Bloor and surrounding streets. There's already a lot of traffic right now, and it's just going to get more severe. Cars will take spots away from residents in the area and create major traffic jams. Parkside will become busier and even more dangerous than it is right now, and it will be the only entrance into the park. Another concern is the survey. It was developed by the project team at the City of Toronto. This is a huge conflict of interest. The survey was so convoluted and translated into a very questionable and very biased manner. I think it is fair to ask for another survey
Final thoughts.
done by an unbiased group or outside the project team. The community has spoken, and Daniel Buckles' petition to keep High Park open to cars has almost 3,300 signatures. Please do not discriminate and allow High Park to be used by everyone, including those who need to drive in. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Faraz Golizadeh. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Organizations ranging from environmental, health, disability and accessibility, sustainability and equity, street safety, urban design, active transportation, and public transit advocacy. We have all come together in our belief for a car-free High Park. We believe High Park should be a natural refuge from the stresses of city life, a healthy environment where people can enjoy the park free of motor traffic and the accompanying air pollution, noise, and threat of injury. Creating a park that is safer, more accessible, and better protects the natural environment and the wide array of wildlife that call it home. The City of Toronto prides itself in taking a data-driven approach to their decision-making process. We ask the IAC to take the same approach to the High Park Movement Strategy. The High Park Movement Strategy went to great lengths to engage with over 17,000 total respondents through 2 surveys and various engagements over the past 2 years. This data, collected from many thousands of people, provides insights well beyond that of any single opinion. So what did this data tell us? 75% agreed that the weekend road closures in High Park had a positive impact versus only 13% who disagreed. 44% strongly supported Strategy 1, the car-free option, versus only 15, 12, and 17% for the other 3 strategies respectively. You would have to add up all the support for the other 3 strategies just to match the support there is for Strategy 1, the car-free option. Of the 2,030 people who identified as having a disability or living with someone with a disability, the majority preferred a car-free High Park. Of the approximately 2,700 people who identified as having children under the age of 12, the majority of families with young children preferred a car-free High Park. People agreed most strongly that Strategy 1, the car-free option, would make the park safer, more accessible, and improve the park's natural environment. Safety, accessibility, and the natural environment should always be top priorities, especially inside a park. Those 3 priorities also happen to be the High Park Movement Strategy's goals. The data overwhelmingly indicates that a car-free High Park is the best and preferred path to meeting these important goals, including among park users with disabilities and families with young children. A car-free High Park would also support our TransformTO, Vision Zero, and Active TO goals, all important goals that are only increasing in urgency. If we can't close a park to cars, then what hope do we have of meeting these critical goals on much bigger scales? We must make the changes required to achieve them, changes that our close neighbors in New York City and Montreal have already made. I encourage the IAC to follow the data and create a much safer, more accessible, and environmentally friendly park by making it car-free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Emmanuel Mulugeta. Do we have Emmanuel online? Yep. Hi, Emmanuel. You can unmute. You have 3 minutes. We can't hear you. I'm not sure if it's your headphones, maybe. I don't know. We can't hear you. We see you, but we can't hear you. I was told to let you know we can see you. We can see you.
Hello?
We can hear you
Can you
now.
hear me
Thank
now?
you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Perfect. Sorry about that. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a resident of Ward 10 and a co-founder of Rapid Black Health, a small grassroots community fundraiser based out of Toronto. And I'm an avid cyclist and supporter of the car-free movement. And without making this debate about cyclists versus cars, I just want to say that parks for people and how we respond to this issue will really say a lot about what we intend to do for the rest of the city and what the previous talks about the environment and how we support environmental issues and our goals in the future and reducing our impacts on the environment, what they will do and how we respond to this issue will say a lot about this. And I think the car-free solution is, or at least a hybrid solution, is really the best option we have. Reducing the amount of vehicles in the park will make it safer for all users, not only cyclists but pedestrians, people who use it for sports, and other such. And I think the mobility issue will be addressed. We're a very smart city, and I think we can figure out how to get people into the park. And if we reduce the amount of vehicles in the park, we will we'll have more people enjoy the park as they should, and it'll really help the overall well-being of the city and how we intend to move forward and address all the issues we have in this crazy city we have. But yeah, that's all I want to say, and thank you for your time and the great work you guys do in the committee. So thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Gala Martinez. You're online, you can unmute. You know, I've never actually.
Hello?
Hi, we can
Hello?
hear you. You
Can
have
hear
3
me?
minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I am a mother of two. I have a 2.5-year-old and I have a 6-month-old, as well as a dog mom of 2 wonderful dogs. My husband has an autoimmune disease called Stills and is affected, it affects his mobility to walk and do daily things. But he does not have a disability parking permit. I have been going to High Park as a kid, and I have so many great memories that I want to share for my family. We frequent the park most mornings to walk our dogs, and closing it for cyclists to speed around the loop will prevent our daily use of the park. In July, we do a special picnic for my daughter that passed away. And that would be, if parking is limited and paid, it would be difficult and prevent us from using the park. It's usually a day event for us, and parking would be expensive. Parking in the winter is already pretty full, and in the summer is even crazier. Reducing parking in the 2 most used areas, the dog park and the splash pad, is insane. With 2 babies, sorry, I'm trying to read from my thoughts. So reducing the parking in the 2 most used areas in dog park and splash pad is insane. With 2 babies and dogs in the car looking for parking would be so frustrating. What if we can't find any? Imagine trying to walk in with babies, dogs, and a picnic. My husband might not physically be able to make it in. Please vote no to the movement strategy. Thank you for listening and making it possible for me to speak my piece.
Thank you for joining us. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Michelle Galazade. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
High Park neighborhood for 10 years with my husband, my 12-year-old daughter, and my 4-year-old son, and I am in full support of a car-free High Park. We're living in a climate emergency through an uphill struggle for street safety, through the challenges of limited public space, and the ever-increasing importance of protecting and preserving what is left of the natural environment around us. This is the reality we live in, and this is what scares me as I wonder what type of future my children will inherit if we don't start making serious changes to the way we are living today. The City of Toronto has even acknowledged that we are in fact in a climate emergency. A car-free High Park will support Toronto's TransformTO goals of promoting low-carbon modes of travel such as walking, biking, and taking public transit. Currently, there are 561 parking spaces in High Park. That's 3 kilometers worth of asphalt if you lined them all up, or the equivalent of nearly 3 football fields of green space that was torn up for the privilege of free parking. High Park is well supported by public transit with 2 subway stops, 2 streetcars, and a bus which drops visitors off at various park entrances. The Bloor Street bike lanes and the Martin Goodman Trail provide safe passage to the park for people choosing active modes of transportation. There are also 12 bike share stations in and around High Park, totaling over 200 available bikes and docks. There are modes of travel that we should be encouraging for the sake of our climate and the environment. The High Park Movement Strategy Survey revealed that protecting and enhancing the ecological integrity was the highest priority for people at 77%. High Park's Black Oak Savanna, as well as other tall grass plant communities communities are all extremely rare to the point of being ranked critically imperiled in Ontario. These protected and endangered areas have been deemed environmentally significant areas.
Sorry, I have to hold your time until we get quorum again.
Oh, okay.
Is she just not turned on? Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. High Park's Black Oak Savanna, as well as other tall grass communities, are all extremely rare to the point of being ranked critically imperiled in Ontario. These protected and endangered areas have been deemed environmentally significant areas by the City of Toronto, areas of natural and scientific interest by the Province of Ontario, and are also considered to be provincially rare by the Ministry of Natural Resources. However, High Park's natural areas are under severe stress. Some of these natural areas are so compacted, eroded, and bare that tree roots are exposed, and eventually these trees will die. It is critical for the health of these environmentally significant areas that we provide more space for park visitors at the expense of personal vehicles, allowing more room and opportunity to restore these rare and protected areas. Walking these roads should be an attraction and a destination in itself, rather than an unpleasant experience to avoid. I call on the City of Toronto to make the natural environment in High Park a high priority for the sake of our climate and the health and enjoyment of our future generations.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Hamish Wilson. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm less familiar with the current sets of issues here, but good luck with it all. And I'm certainly empathetic and sympathetic to try to reduce the amount of cars generally here, there, and everywhere. But one of the key things about restricting cars is making sure that you actually have good options available with transit. So raising transit fares might be counterproductive, or it is counterproductive. Cutting back on transit services is also counterproductive. So we have to do better on that. With the cycling, where else would we possibly train? Some people like to make sure that they're really fit and good for them and do a lot of fast, long-haul training. And certainly there's a term that was inspired by another cyclist, a bit of a pass hole and a fast hole. And so some of us are the terrorism of traffic can apply to cyclists as well sometimes. And the e-bikes, well, that's another thing too. So where else to train? Are we thinking of having bike lanes on the Gardiner? That might be an option, but we probably need a busway there first. And Parkside, that could be an easy bi-directional, take the westernmost lane, put a bi-directional lane on it from Bloor down to, its southern end. At least it'd be something. And in terms of getting a subway there, well, let's see if I can ever get this to work, please. Maybe there's enough time. The Queen Street subway proposal from 1957, I guess, went all the way out to Islington. And it sure would be nice to have subways being put into the right places. There you can see there's Islington there, and the yellow is highlighted. So it's a shame that we don't have that, and that, and that, and that, and that, of course. And yes, if we ever do get around to asking or getting Mr. Ford to rethink his transit schemes, it'd be nice to think about doing the transit in, the heavy transit in the more correct places. And increasingly, I've been thinking, okay, well, north of Queen, getting up to Dundas and College, because the GO's going to be stopping there. Maybe we should think about putting a stop right in the middle of High Park, which is, I know, pretty radical. So good luck with it all. Oh yes, and better biking access. I was a little disappointed when all the work with the King Queen Roncesvalles intersection occurred, that we really didn't boost the access from Parkdale by bike into High Park and back. It's really not that much better. We have this wonderful newer bikeway in from the west end along the Queensway. We have to make sure that there's equitable access too. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Jason Okamura. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Deputy Mayor McKelvey, Jason and myself, Peter Paz, are doing a joint presentation, and we were informed that we could have 6 minutes.
Yes, correct. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, and city councilors. My name is Peter Paz, and I'm the president of Little League, or High Park Little League. Joining me today is Jason Okamura, our Little League vice president responsible for baseball. We are a non-profit baseball and t-ball organization that has called High Park home since 1952, or 71 years. Our organization is entirely run by volunteers who deliver a top quality program for 500 boys and girls aged 6 to 12, playing 350 games from the end of April to early October. And Deputy Mayor, building on your competitive spirit, I can confidently say that our baseball program is one of the best, if not the best, in the country. Families from all over the city come and join our league because of the quality of the program that we deliver. Over time, we have fostered a strong relationship with city staff, which have helped to ensure our program is delivered every year at the highest level of quality. Our league annually invests thousands of dollars in addition to our permits to maintain high quality amenities without additional costs to taxpayers. Why, just this past week, our league upgraded the t-ball field and refreshed our Little League field at no cost to the city. We are extremely proud not only of our league and teams, but of the community we have helped foster with families and volunteers. This has helped create a vibrant, inclusive, and energetic place that is warm and welcoming, where families form deep and long-lasting relationships. It is this sense of community that sets us apart. Likewise, the city has given us a long-term home with stable costs, safe facilities, and good management. We hope to see this partnership continue for another 71 years, and for High Park to continue to be enjoyed by everyone. We have reviewed the report brought forward by staff, and we cannot support the recommendations as they are currently proposed. I'm going to hand it over to Jason to talk more about our concerns in a bit more detail.
Thanks, Peter. And Deputy Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. In the past week, and because of our own outreach, we've had more engagement with city officials and our local councillor than at any time during this study. We are encouraged by this and hope that it's the beginning of a more meaningful dialogue rather than a paper-based exercise, or worse, a fait accompli. We have 3 main areas of concern with the current plan and with the possibility of extending the prohibition on vehicles to the entire weekend. First, the plan does not address personal safety, particularly at night. I find this very odd since the baseball diamonds are one of the only facilities built to be used in the park after dark. Secondly, we believe that some of the accessibility measures need more thought so that people who have been forced to stay away from the park recently can come back. There must be a better way to park near the diamonds to make access easier for people with disabilities and for coaches who are carrying heavy and bulky equipment. Lastly, we're concerned that this plan will make congestion worse than during pre-pandemic levels because they don't consider the way people move around the park for youth sports. We believe that these are reasonable positions that warrant greater discussion. In the end, we want to maintain a park that's fun and easy to use for everyone. After all, Little League families don't just play baseball. We cycle in the park, we walk our dogs in the park, and we climb on the local jungle gyms. Closures to vehicles have already started to erode the enjoyment of playing and volunteering in our league. Frankly, we are worried that this plan could force us out. Moving from the park, or worse, shutting down altogether, is something that nobody wants. And we're committed to working with staff and counselors in good faith to find real solutions. But if it comes to a point where our home is too difficult to access, this is a decision that will be made for us if families and volunteers decide to go elsewhere. We all want to continue building the great community that our partnership with the city has created. But this plan in front of you needs more work. To let that happen, Peter and I urge the committee to please press pause. Send this report back to staff to more closely work with sports leagues and other organizations that use the park so much. There are solutions to be found, but it needs real, meaningful dialogue that has only just started. We want to make Hyde Park work for everyone, and I hope that you will help us do that. Thank you for your time, and we'll happily take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks has questions.
Yeah. Thank you both for coming. Jason, we've talked about this a couple times, one of them yesterday, and I really appreciated your highlighting that city staff are now making a big effort to work with you on some of the implementation challenges. As I understand, they were at your recent Board of Directors meeting?
They were, although I'd like to clarify that they were there at our invitation.
Yes.
This was not proactive outreach on behalf of the city.
And lesson learned. Thank you for pointing that out. We had a good conversation about this plan and your willingness to work with us on implementation. You brought up an idea that there need to be bike racks, for example. So that's the kind of work that you feel we need to be doing in better partnership with you.
Yeah, I think that the bike racks are a quick, easy win, and I'm very happy to hear that your staff have offered to help us work on that. But we think that there are larger issues at play here. Things like the location of parking, the option of a drop-off area, which for children, I think many of you will have children, or the idea of dropping off 7-year-olds to run across the field to their team. Frankly, I don't think that's an option. So there are some practicalities involved here. By no means are we trying to be overly strident. We really want to work with the city. We want to work with staff and find some real solutions here. I believe that our invitation to do so has been a bit late. And so I feel like it's not unreasonable for this committee to send the report back to staff, ask them to work more closely and have a real dialogue with us as partners in the park.
Thank you for asking my questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional questions of the Deputy? Councillor Cole.
Yes, I just want to follow up with Jason and Peter. So how many children play in your Little League?
Thank you, Councillor Cole, and through you, Deputy Mayor. We have over 500 children from 6 to 12 years old. We have 6 instructional teams of 6-year-olds. We have 14 T-ball teams, which are for 7 and 8-year-olds. We have 8 minor league teams, which are 10 to 11-year-old or 9 to 10-year-olds, and we have a major division, which are 11 to 12-year-olds.
And you play 7 days a week?
We play 7 days a week, not only house league, but our rep program is known across the country.
And so with this plan, is the major problem the drop-off of equipment, bats and bases and balls and gloves, or is it the drop-off of the children?
Both and more. For example, May 6th is our opening day, and I invite all committee members to join us. Today, for example, we had to have 2 volunteers take 2 industrial-sized barbecues that we have in our clubhouse and roll them down the street to the Bloor Street entrance, which is about 500 to 600 meters, so that they could be picked up and be cleaned, so that we can give away free hamburgers and hot dogs to the children playing in the league. The operations of our league is at risk based on the current recommendations put forward. It's just so much harder for volunteers to do their job with what's being suggested.
As you have asked for a pause, is it possible that we could stay on track, but at the same time set up a working group with your executives to try and find ongoing solutions to this access problem, especially for your young children and the equipment, et cetera? So, and I'm not sure there's a motion going to be coming forward where we could set up a working group, basically to keep on in a meaningful way, not just in a, not as if, you know, decisions are made, you're not going to have, but I'm sure with Councillor Perk's office and that, you have a meaningful, ongoing, working opportunity here to try and deal with some of these real challenges you have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cole, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I would suggest it's a lot harder for us to be retrofitted in after recommendations are approved, but we are 100% committed to finding solutions that work for everybody in the park and developing real recommendations that not only benefit ourselves, but other leagues like High Park Soccer, like West Toronto Baseball, that play in that park, and it's the lifeblood of the community. So we will roll up our sleeves and work with city staff, work with local councillors, and we will find a solution that works. I'm just concerned that if the recommendations put forward now are approved, it'll kind of be a retrofit after the fact, and it's going to be a lot harder to ensure the longevity and sustainability of our program and others that live and breathe within the park.
Yeah, so you want not a retrofit after the fact, you want a, let's say, a transparent working partnership here to continue rather than, you know, you're an add-on. I mean, that's what you're saying.
I couldn't agree more, Councillor, yes.
I get it. Okay, anyways, thank you very much. And thank you for all the work the volunteers do, and especially to see all those girls now playing baseball and the little tiny tots playing baseball. And it's an incredible, you know, as I've told you, I have an incredibly active soccer and baseball operation up at Eglinton Park, and we've just gone through an interesting exercise there. Anyways, thank you very much for the work you do.
That means a great deal, Councillor, and I'll just add, we have made a commitment to increase the number of girls playing baseball at High Park, and we've seen a dramatic number of girls joining, and it's just so important to see co-ed sports, boys playing with girls and girls playing with boys, growing up together, playing together. So I really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the deputant? Okay, our next deputant is Carrie Scott.
Thank you.
Do we have Carrie Scott online? No? In the room? No. George Regakos? You have 3 minutes.
I'm appearing today as a proud citizen and resident of Ward 4, Parkdale High Park. I live across the north side of the High Park and have a beautiful view of the park from my condo. I've lived here for 14 years, and needless to say, it's a big part of my life and near and dear to my heart. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with City Council today. I attended the High Park Movement Strategy open house a few weeks back and also an online meeting late last year. I do want to start out by giving compliments to the city staffers that I met on this project. Everyone I spoke with I found to be very knowledgeable and empathetic to hearing everyone's voice. So I'll start with, prior to COVID, the COVID lockdowns, the park was a very vibrant place, and especially on weekends. I remember one particular Sunday afternoon when I went for a walk around the loop and was amazed at the diversity of groups and activities that I saw on that stroll. Tennis courts utilized, the dog park was busy, a large South Asian family having a large picnic, a van disembarking, a group of disabled young people, a restaurant patio full, people enjoying the nearby flower gardens, an environmental group unfurling a banner, goth-dressed teenagers having a Rocky Horror Picture Story party, and a trio of young Muslim teenagers wearing very colorful shoes, and I remember their shoes, and I thought that was quite an amazing experience in a short walk. Anyway, I think you understand now what I mean by vibrant and diverse. And this day, perhaps most memorable, I would say, was not an unusual summer day and a Sunday afternoon. All that changed with COVID. The city closing the park to cars may seem like it was a success at first, as people during lockdown had nowhere else to go and spent their allotted 1 hour time outside. As COVID restrictions lifted, the city decided to keep the park closed to cars on weekends. When I say cars, I don't think cars, I actually think families and larger groups of people. The park, particularly in the center, has lost its vibrancy. There was one petition which pointed out that that there's now a donut hole effect, where the perimeter of the park is close to Bloor is being used while the center is not. And there's a lot of activities a lot of items at the center that everybody would like to enjoy. I tend to agree with this thought. I find the decision created an inequity for those who can only access the park on weekends. Parents who work 5 or 6 days a week, who had the option of visiting, had that taken away from them. The same goes for the elderly and disabled who needed assistance to get through the park. In the last 3 years, I've only been able to take my mom to the park once on a weekday afternoon after a hospital visit. We used to visit sometimes after church on a Sunday, and we can't do that. In the meantime, with the closure of active TO, there has been an increase of park use from high-speed cyclists, creating an unsafe and quite dangerous environment. For the record, I cycle myself. I love cycling. I'm a proponent of cycling, but not at high speeds in a family park. I have seen online videos of conversations between cyclists claiming to hit 35 to 40 kilometers in the park, twice the speed limit, and at these speeds it's difficult to stop.
Final thought.
Stop signs. Okay, so anyways, it dawned on me that at one point the park had speed bumps to control speeds for both cyclists and drivers and create a safe environment. My suggestion at this point would be just to go back to that route. I don't see the reason to go and spend $10 to $15 million, I think it is what I read, to create such a complicated solution when at the first glance we could put speed bumps back in place, let people access the park. Don't take away 250 parking spots. I see that as 250 families. I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Michael Rodzinski. Okay, Nina Golizade. Thank you for joining us, Nina. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nina Golizade. I'm 12 years old and in grade 6. One of my passions is running. I'm a member of the Bison's Track Club. It is a track club for children. We meet up in the park every Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays and train for an hour and a half. There are over 30 kids. Saturdays are my favorite days to train because we get to spread out on the road and I can run beside my friends and we don't have to worry about cars. Tuesdays and Thursdays we have to pack onto the sidewalk and run in a line. The sidewalk drops down in places and I have to be careful not to trip. If you let cars in the park on Saturdays, then we will have no car-free days. High Park means the world to me and I hope car-free is in its future. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Jessica Speaker. Hi, Jessica. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jessica Speaker. I'm here to speak today on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets.
We are a group of people whose loved ones were senselessly killed in crashes that could have been prevented, and survivors like me who were devastated by injuries, severe life-altering injuries caused by crashes caused by drivers. We support a car-free High Park implemented as rapidly as possible because it would be far more efficient and less costly to simply do the right thing once than to work in an incremental fashion to preserve car access in a park for several more years, continuing to invite all of the harms inflicted by the presence of cars. Eroding car-free weekends is a mistake that we urge you not to pursue. A factor not given much direct consideration is that for many people who are disabled, injured, or otherwise not able-bodied, they are physically unable to drive a car. Many of these people are forced into legislated poverty by ODSP and can't afford access to a car. Conflating cars with accessibility while ignoring the plethora of alternatives is not helpful, and it ignores the fact that cars often function as a barrier to accessing public space, not an aid. Cars become a barrier to access because they inevitably bring hostility, pollution, noise, and the potential for what our members have experienced, horrific violence. There are very few refuges in Toronto where the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of traumatized people like us can actually go to get away from cars. I was struck on my bike by a reckless SUV driver in 2015. That driver broke my spine, inflicted a brain injury, and I nearly died a second time of blood clot complications. But on a brighter note, about 7 weeks after my crash, I went on my first date with my partner. We went to see Shakespeare in High Park. That was one of the best days of my life, even though I was hobbling around slowly with a broken spine and a massive knee brace. My mobility was too impaired for me to drive a car, so allowing cars in High Park did nothing for me, and in fact, that was the only bad part of the day. When I was walking across crosswalks too slowly for the taste of drivers nearby, they would rev their engines and creep aggressively towards me, trying to frighten me into moving faster. I was so turned off by the presence of cars that even though I was diagnosed with clinically severe depression and anxiety and encouraged to get out into nature, I didn't go back to High Park for a very long time. The cars were the barrier. I was afraid for my safety walking around there when my mobility was severely impaired. My colleague Meredith feels the same way. 5 years ago, a garbage truck driver right-hooked her on her bike, dragged her, and ripped so much flesh off of her leg that she required an amputation above the knee, and now she lives with a prosthetic leg. She says, in her words, "Due to my disability, my ability to physically move around and react quickly is limited. I am acutely aware of my vulnerability. While hearing a car zooming up behind me, I get an awful sinking feeling of knowing that I am physically unable to leap out of the way if needed. This is something I have not experienced in car-free city parks, such as the Beaches Boardwalk or the Toronto Islands. I suspect other pedestrians with disabilities, pedestrians with young children, and elderly pedestrians also feel this way. If we can't make bold, rapid progress on Vision Zero and TransformTO goals in a park before 2027, that is truly a despair-inducing state of affairs. Please work towards a car-free High Park as soon as possible and make it into the welcoming green refuge that it should be. Thank you."
Thank you. Are there any questions to our deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Janet Villeneuve. Do we have Janet online? Yeah. Janet, you have 3 minutes.
I am a small business owner and a commercial dog walker. I pay the city $315 a year for a commercial dog walker permit. This is a council-approved user fee. Part of this permit's requirement is to maintain professional dog walker insurance, which includes $2 million liability coverage of the City of Toronto. It should be noted that the city has all the contact information for all the commercial dog walkers, yet we were not once consulted in this strategy. I abide by the related parks bylaws and animal bylaws to maintain a safe operation of my business and for the safety of all other park users. I adhere to the limit of 6 dogs at a time per the commercial dog walker permit policy. I exclusively use High Park's designated off-leash area twice a day. This means driving into the park and parking as close as possible to the designated off-leash area and walking my dogs on leash until we are in the designated off-leash area. The High Park Movement Strategy's recommended proposal would make safe operation of my business very challenging, if not impossible, on a daily basis. This week, with the park's closure for cherry blossom season, is a perfect example of what this might look like. With the elimination of many parking spots within the park, I would be faced with competing for limited parking in surrounded neighborhoods. Then I would need to walk 6 dogs on leash into the park, walking to the designated off-leash area, and walking them all on leash back to my vehicle. Yesterday, I spent 10 minutes driving and searching for parking. The increased congestion in surrounding neighborhoods cannot be discounted. The risk of injury to me and my dogs while keeping them on leash on icy sidewalks and paths outside and within the park in the winter is extremely high. Furthermore, unloading 6 dogs from a vehicle on a street such as Parkside, Bloor, or Ellis Avenue can be unsafe. The nearest designated off-leash area in a fenced park, which allows commercial dog walkers, is 4 kilometers away at Earls Court Park in Ward 17, Davenport, a ward in which I have no clients. Furthermore, having only 1 vehicle entrance on Parkside and 1 exit on Bloor could only lead to congestion from Parkside Drive and Hart Park Boulevard, within the park itself, and then out of the park, especially due to the no right turn on red signal at Bloor. Finally, there will be a huge lineup of cars on Bloor Street waiting to turn south onto Parkside with its designated right turn green arrow, which is already quite short in duration. At this time, I ask that the IEC please pause this strategy research and to not recommend the current proposal to the Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, Jeff Loughton is the next speaker. Do you have Jeff online? Okay. Our last speaker on this item is Ezio Sergio Molinari. Do you have Ezio here? Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. My family has lived in Ward 4 since 1967. I remember as a kid going to the park with my mom and my sister. I was 3, she was 4, and we'd go through the park, no problem at all times. My view about this is about being financially responsible. I went to the last presentation to view what was the preferred strategy recommendation, and I had lots of questions. I didn't get all the answers while I was there. I was curious about why speed control cameras weren't put in High Park to deter the speeders and create revenue. Why was it that there's a bike bypass that's being put in to provide people cycling with a continuous route with fewer traffic controls? That's about speed. There's a conflict in there. And also with the communications. The greater context area was referred to in the report, but no mailer was ever sent out in that smaller area. Though, when it came to the Parkside Drive study, there was a mailer sent out that had all the information for contact so people could engage. Further to that, the park was closed due to safe distancing measures during COVID. The statistics provided by Toronto Police Services reported only 1 serious collision within High Park grounds in 15 years. This should attest to the safety that already exists. In these tough financial times, it's about responsible expenditures. I asked a few of the city representatives and Councillor Perks about the budget for each option at the presentation. I found the omission of the estimated budgets to be concerning. The figure should have been provided in the last presentation. Taxpayer dollars are expected to fund this. Therefore, it should be expected that we are fully informed before it goes to council for a vote. The budget came out on April 19th, between $10 to $15 million to implement this. There have been 2 deaths in the TTC stations next to the park. There's a mental health crisis happening. It was announced on March 22nd, starting this month, 5 case managers, 1 nurse, 1 team lead from Loft Community Services would be deployed to the TTC to assist with individuals experiencing homelessness and accessing physical and mental health services. There are currently 10,000 homeless people in Toronto. That is a small outreach program for so many people. I would find it hard to swallow that Councillor Perks would push to spend so much on a park when tragedies are happening in the TTC in his ward. If you have a family and plan to renovate a room and someone else in the house needs immediate attention, you would redirect those funds to handle the emergency. Sorry, one last point. As of April 1st, the carbon tax has gone up. The cost of groceries are through the roof. Home energy costs have gone up 30 to 50%, and the general cost of living has most people living in hard financial times. This does not include the 5.5% increase in property taxes. We have all had to tighten our belts and reduce spending and budget accordingly. The city's budget is at a shortfall estimated at $1.4 billion this year. That includes this year and last year's. This is a time for responsible spending and prioritizing projects. The city has already postponed $300,000 in capital projects. This should also be included. When times are tough, it's time to rethink and postpone certain projects. I hope I've given you food for thought when you decide on this project.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I believe that's it for deputants. Okay, questions of staff, Councillor Perks?
Yeah, I'll try
Sorry,
to
hold
make
on
this
one
quick.
moment.
Just
Sorry.
to help to,
No, sorry, it has to be registered by a 10. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't missed. Okay, go ahead, questions, staff.
just a couple of quick questions to help orient us. When we were doing the consultation, you looked at a variety of strategies. There was strategy 1, which was car-free, strategy 3, which was partial closure. You're recommending to us strategy 3 for now, but to continue doing work to see if there are further closures possible and what we would need to achieve that.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct, Councillor. It's a phased approach that we're looking at, hoping to find a balance between all the various needs that we've heard during the consultation. So once this approach is implemented immediately, we will be looking at continued consultation with all those users, as well as, continuing to look at the options moving to full implementation.
And those options for getting to full implementation are things like going out to the market and seeing if there's some kind of a shuttle vehicle available, little fixes like we heard today, bike racks at the baseball diamonds. It's to do that work on the how to get to car-free, right?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
I've got a motion which I've shared with you, which recommends that the long-term strategy be the car-free strategy, and that, as you've recommended here today, the immediate strategy is the partial closure. You've seen that. Do you agree with that motion?
We do, and through the Speaker, and you'll also note through the report, we do note the long-term goal is, of course, full implementation of a car-free High Park, and also the criteria and the things we would need to do and continue to work on to get there.
Right. So it's like we're moving from an if to a how.
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Gray, you concur?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one little note on the consultation. I want to make sure that I've got this. Your staff did make an effort to include all the stakeholder groups like the ones we've heard from here over the course of a couple of years, and maybe now we're actually building better relationships so we can do more intensive work with them. Would that be a fair characterization?
Speaker, I would say that's correct. I think just Paul Farish, who's the Director of Parks Planning, and Heather Oliver next to me, who have been our leads on this project. Paul may want to comment further on that.
Sure. Through the Speaker, as you know, Councillor, we certainly have been engaging since the outset of the study, and those relationships are deepening. We intend to continue that consultation when we get into the details of any design changes or equally any programmatic changes as have been discussed today.
So it's your intention to really do the screwdriver work in partnership with permit holders and stakeholding groups, and the motion that I've got helps you do that because it sets out a clear goal.
That's correct. We'll be just as engaged, if not more.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask specifically, get into some of the pieces that Councillor Perks just mentioned, so I'll skip that question and thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and work that went into the movement strategy here, and I'm honestly really happy to see the level of consideration that was provided in the interest of equity and accessibility. We've obviously heard very strongly on both sides of this issue, and I think that this current proposal strikes a healthy balance for us to learn and pilot and see how we can continue to improve to the benefit of all park users. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is the reworked road network and improved traffic calming mechanisms within the park will go a long way to alleviating pedestrian concerns with regard to danger from motorized vehicles. What's being done on the roads closed to motor vehicles to protect pedestrians from cyclists who are moving at high speeds?
So through the chair, excuse me, there are changes that are coming this year as outlined in the report that we mean to implement in a low cost, low complexity manner, but they would actually reallocate space on the streets. Next year and the years after, we would actually have physical barriers and permanent barriers that would actually demarcate space for different users, whether fast moving, slow moving, walkers and more.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And my final question is, what are the impacts on Parkside Drive from this, that are resulting from this movement strategy?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we are involved in this project very closely with Parks because we have a lot of work to do on Parkside Drive. We've done a lot of work already to help manage speeds and safety on the roadway, but we have been asked and are in the process of starting to look at complete street solutions along Parkside Drive and actually looking at the network of roads around this very significant destination. So we have more work to do there. Safety is the top priority, and so we really certainly have to continue to grapple with issues of speed and connectivity in the neighborhood. So we'll continue to do that work is the short answer.
That's great, and we look forward to an update on that issue, as no doubt with any change, some difficulty will be at the forefront. So thank you to staff for your great work here.
Okay, any additional questions? Speakers to the item? Councillor Perks?
Yes, so through you, Deputy Mayor, I've submitted a letter on this item which has a recommended motion, which I hope you'll move on my behalf, that City Council approve the full closure, which is Strategy 1, as the long-term strategy for the travel network improvements in High Park, and as an interim measure, City Council approved the partial closure, which is Strategy 3, the staff recommended short-term measures, and direct the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to continue the full closure of High Park to private visitor vehicles on Saturdays, Sundays, and statutory holidays exclusive of Spring Road parking lot on an ongoing basis, which is basically saying the status quo that we have right now for the weekend closures continues. This has been a remarkable journey. It's been 4 years of work with transportation staff, with park staff, with communication staff, working to try to imagine a park that hasn't really had a refresh in over a generation. Two, actually. The only major thing that's been done in High Park of any significance in terms of how people get around was during the Pan Am Games, where it was paved so that bicycles could go faster. It's literally done on purpose. And nobody's really thought about it since then. But a couple of things have been happening. We experienced, I had the Toronto Police Service come to me 4 years ago and say, you have to stop cars going into High Park during the cherry blossoms or someone's going to get killed. I had park staff come to me and say, there is a very dangerous intersection connecting the allotment gardens where pedestrians, cars getting the allotment gardens, and garbage trucks are getting into a conflict, and it's quite dangerous, and we have to fix that. On top of that, as the City of Toronto attracts 50,000 new residents a year, we don't get new road space and we don't get much in the way of new park space. So the number of people attracted to all these locations keeps increasing, and the transportation network, which quite frankly is the same one that I used when my parents took me to the High Park subway station and I walked to the zoo even though I was only 5 years old, it's the same network. It's the same basic network, and it needs a refresh. And city staff have done a remarkable job of both the high-level conversation, but also the very fine-grained detail. Like, for example, the recommendation about making a speed cycling window open on a couple of weekend or a couple of mornings during the week before other users show up. It's great stuff. I encourage you to support my motion and tell staff it's time to figure out how to make it even better.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Sorry, clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, just through the chair to you, wondering the implications of this motion.
Actually, you can't ask him.
You know what? You know what? If you ask the clerk, it's committee, and you guys can establish your own rules. It's not like council. You can play with the rules if you need to.
So is it the will that we allow Councillor Councillor Amber Morley to ask Councillor Perks a question about the motion I'm going to move? In favor? All right.
Thank you. Thank you. So just super quickly, I have a number of residents, myself included, my best friend, my godson, who go down to Hyde Park regularly. And as we heard from some of our deputants, Gala in particular, the challenge of packing up a toddler and a picnic and all of the things to spend a full day at the park when you're coming from an area that is a little outside of the immediate neighborhood can be a challenge. And the importance of having access to parking, even though we do want people moving actively throughout the park itself. So I just wanted to get a little bit, you mentioned Springbrook parking lot, but if you could just speak to how that impacts the parking options.
So there are two pieces here. One thing that we're discovering, and we were discovering this in the years leading up to the pandemic, is the sheer number of people going to the park is greater than the number of parking spots. So you can never solve people's access problem with parking lots. So what city staff are proposing is they go and look at things like a shuttle. So if you're familiar with the Toronto Zoo, there's a shuttle service that takes you to the different pavilions. But they can't tell you today what's the market availability, what the exact price would be, and so on and so forth. So what I'm proposing here is to say, go ahead and do the short-term things, but look at the practical solutions that guarantee everybody access and mobility in a growing city, which we can't achieve unless we make changes.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, additional clarifications of Councillor Perks' motion that I am moving, because I don't want to answer the questions on them. Okay, great. Any other speakers?
You have to move the motion.
Okay, I will speak to move a motion. We'll let it be displayed. So City Council approved full closure. Draft Strategy 1 is long-term strategy for travel network improvements in Hyde Park. As an interim measure, City Council approved the partial closure, Draft Strategy 3, and direct the General Manager, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to continue the full closure of Hyde Park to private visitor vehicles on Saturdays, Sundays, statutory holidays, exclusive Spring Road parking lot on an ongoing basis. Okay. Questions on the motion? All right. Are there speakers to the item? Okay, all those in favor, the motion? All those opposed, the motion carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed, the item carries. Brings us to our last item, IE 3.8, Cycling Network Plan 2023 Cycling Infrastructure Installation Second Quarter Updates and Missing Sidewalk Program 2023 Local Road Sidewalks Installations. We have 4 speakers. The first speaker, Hamish Wilson. Hamish, you have 3 minutes.
It's at 3 o'clock. My goodness. That's you're making pretty short shrift of your agenda, and yet you're getting a fair amount done. I'd like more, of course. And that, of course, ties in with this item, because, yes, it's all good. Though I fear that we're emphasizing a little bit more efforts in the less dense areas of the city and not really attending to all the details in the core. The core is still a very important set of cyclists wanting to have safe passage. With Scarborough, absolutely, the changes in Scarborough at near the golf club, absolutely wonderful to have happen. Let's see how I'm not sure exactly if it was in the 2001 bike plan, and it'd be interesting to compare. Please, if I could get the overhead capacity to show the 2001 bike plan map for Scarborough. My sense is that we've managed to not do enough out in Scarborough with the on-road bike routes and bike lanes. We need to do a lot more. I wasn't able to find a current bike map to contrast. But yes, we need to do a lot in all parts of the city, and Scarborough may not have its fair share of on-road bike routes, so let's go. But in terms of the city, the core, the old core, where most of the cyclists actually are, I think the 2001 bike plan indicated 2/3 of the cyclists were in the old city. Yes, in terms of gaps, we really do have a set of gaps. and that should be indicated in the crash stats, which I should have here somewhere. But gaps are really pronounced in some parts of the city more than others. This 2001 bike plan indicated Queen Street West and let's see, I've got it the wrong way, pardon me. This area here and beyond, especially Queen Street, there's a real shortfall of safe routes, especially in the dominant east-west flow. It's a real challenge how to do it because of the streetcar tracks. In the 1992 study coming out of the Changing Atmosphere Conference, they did look at Queen as long as Richmond and Adelaide. Queen, because of the tracks, they said, nope, can't do it. So we've had about 30 years to contemplate the options, which basically, in my view, and I wish there was more than 3 minutes, the current, the streetcars dominate the road allowance, and they take the full lanes, so you have 4 lanes. If we were able to actually shift the tracks north by about a meter, and yes, spend money, especially from around Ossington over to Brock Street in Parkdale, we could get through that deadly underpass at Dufferin and Queen. People have died in that area. Yes, it would cost money. So in terms of filling gaps in your bike network, please, 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 it's overdue to react to the Parkdale issue.
Great.
Liability.
Thank you.
Notice of hazard. And I wish there was time to really give you notice of hazard of a host of other problems too.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, our next speaker is Karen Johnston. Do you have Karen online? Online. Karen, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak to the committee regarding the possible or the proposed sidewalks on Panmure and Penetang Crescents, items O and P under section 8. I've lived on Panmure Crescent for almost all of my 63 years, and we've raised our family there. These are the inner 2 streets in our neighborhood. They have no access to the main road of Brimley, and they have no access to the main streets that have access to Brimley Road. We are questioning as a neighborhood, and I'm here just speaking on my own, why are these the first streets to have sidewalks? There is zero plan to put sidewalks on any of the other streets in our neighborhood. I'm questioning this because the only traffic that is on Panmure and Penetang, on Panmure, it's 30 houses on the U-shaped street. So it's only the people, the residents plus their friends, and the same goes for Penetang. Why do I say there's zero plan to put sidewalks on any of the other streets? Because forestry came into our neighborhood and put trees on every street in our neighborhood except these 2, which is what then sparked the residents to say, what's going on? We've also looked at all the streets that were, all the trees that were planted, and quite a few of them are planted within the 1.8 meters where there would be a sidewalk. So we're saying there's no way the city would plant trees to improve our canopy and then take them down when eventually they decide to do sidewalks. The main streets in and out of our neighborhood are Haileybury, and then we have 2 streets called Deerfield and Shediac where there's lights. We also have a street called Bonashir, which is where the school bus picks up all our children. We're questioning why these were not prioritized. I'm trying to go really quickly here because there's a few things. I know you've seen my very long email. The concern we have is that Missing Sidewalks has said that this will consistently save money to put the sidewalks in now. But are you saving money when these are the safest streets in the neighborhood and they're going to be sidewalks to nowhere? They're not joining up with any network. There's no plans to add any more sidewalks. We understand that it's a $400,000 project. You're going to save $100,000, but is the $400,000 even being spent appropriately if they're not a benefit to anyone in our neighborhood? We worry about street plowing. We worry about our children are still going to be standing on the street in the winter waiting for the school bus because the wrong streets have the sidewalk. So we would ask that the committee please look at this and determine if this is the right place to spend money when there is absolutely nowhere these sidewalks are going to go to benefit the safety of our entire neighborhood.
Thank you.
Sidewalks should be put on Taylorberry. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of deputant? Okay, seeing none, we move to our next speaker, Alison Stewart.
My name is Alison Stewart. I'm speaking on behalf of Cycle Toronto. I would like to begin by taking the lead of our Deputy Mayor and Chair of this committee, Jennifer McKelvey, by focusing on the positive before I get into some suggestions, perhaps. I would like to acknowledge and thank city staff and our elected and civic leaders that have helped Toronto make tremendous progress with the expansion of the city's active transportation network. The fact that biking in Toronto today is no longer viewed as a fringe activity really speaks to that success. Not to mention the success of the city's innovative programs that have been launched over the past few years, such as Bike Share Toronto, of which I'm a big fan and member, ActiveTO, again, huge. We discovered what our lakeshore can look like when you open it up to 40,000 people on bikes and on foot with their kids, Cafe TO, and of course, Bike Month. The fact that the city is also presently working its way through its near-term implementation bike plan between 2022 and 2024, which will see 100 kilometers of new cycling infrastructure. Thank you, Barbara and Jacqueline and your team. Now, this said, I would like to reiterate something I spoke of during my deputation on TransformTO. If the city has any hope of meeting its targets, the city must systematically invest in expanding active and multimodal transportation infrastructure and programs across the city, even when it is perceived to inconvenience car drivers. This said, I enthusiastically support the city staff recommendations outlined in IE 3.8. And while the core benefits from a minimum grid of a connected bike lane network, it is now urgently critical to connect areas out of the core with safe transportation options. And I would like to draw your attention to the two following projects that are particularly important that you approve and ensure that your council partners do as well. The proposed Millwood Road safety improvements will make it safer for people waiting for the bus by providing them with a buffer from vehicular traffic, pedestrians, and cyclists. These road safety improvements will make it safer for the students that rely on this route, workers getting to Sunnybrook Hospital, and all in all making the area much safer for the residents of Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park communities. Also, the installation of 4 kilometers of new bikeways on Scarborough Golf Club Rose is an important step towards giving residents of Ward 24 an important protected cycling route. And while this represents positive change for Scarborough, it is somewhat disappointing to many of our members and residents that these proposed road safety implements will take place not until 2024 or 2025. Now, one of the things I would like to mention is one of the reasons that the city was successful in being able to roll out ActiveTO during the pandemic, and that was because transportation services was granted delegated authority by council to implement the work that was approved.
Final thoughts.
So this is something that I think moving forward, that as the city looks to how can they ensure that TransformTO initiatives are implemented to help city departments get the authority to do the work they've been tasked with doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our last deputant is Ronald Choi. Online?
Yeah.
Ronald, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm trying to mute myself here. Hello?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, hi. Thank you, committee and chair. I have been living in the Bayview Village community for the last 18 years. And and volunteer as the neighborhood watch chair for the last 9 years as the Bayville Village Association Executive Committee. One of the challenges is how to improve the community safety on our neighborhood. And one of the questions was regarding about the missing sidewalk portion in our community from Elmira Court to Blythefield Avenue. We have high vehicular traffic during rush hours. And many motorists use Burley Heights Drive to Burbank as a shortcut corridor. And many drivers reach the north end of the Burbank and realize it's the dead end, and they make a quick U-turn in frustration and speed down the Burbank, thus endangering all pedestrians along the way, especially winter with snow and ice. So there are 4 reasons why we should complete this missing portion of the sidewalk. First one is to improve safety for mobility challenge pedestrian walking along Burbank Drive. Second is the kids live north of Summer Heights. They have to walk on Burbank Drive during school pickup and drop off time every day at the corner of Summer Heights and Burbank Drive. And the third one is there's also a daycare facility at the Grand Lux. It just happened to be coincidentally where this Burbank sidewalk abruptly ends, which directly impacts the caregivers and the children taking regular walk along the Burbank Street. And last item is the ongoing development of the condo buildings along Shepherd and Bazarian area will definitely increase the vehicular traffic along Burbank Drive. So I just hope that I'd like to see this project get through, completed as planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to questions of staff. We'll go with outside councillors first. Councillor Robinson, did you have questions?
I do, but you know what? I think because of the time, I think I'll just move a motion.
Okay,
So
we'll let you speak to it and then I can move it for you. Okay. Other questions of staff? Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just piggybacking on one of the comments that was shared by our Deputant Allison around delegated authority, we know that the city is behind on our implementation of the cycling network plan, and this is a lot of work to report on and get approval for roughly 4 kilometers of bike lanes under a plan that essentially has already been approved by council. Can you speak to us about how providing delegated authority to transportation services to implement the CNP will impact the timeline and rate at which the city can implement the Folsom plan?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the Deputy Mayor. The Deputy Mayor and other councillors have asked us to come back, and in fact, when we reported on the 2021 Cycling Network Plan, we committed to coming back with some recommendations for streamlining some of the bylaw approvals related to the Cycling Network Plan approval and the various steps it takes. I will say, though, that a full delegated authority kind of an approach is of concern in terms of the level of consultation and engagement that we need to do with local area stakeholders to make sure we get the designs right, that those projects will be successful in the communities in which they're being installed. So that's something that we want to make sure that no one feels like when we go out to consult that it's a done deal. We want to make sure that they understand that there's a level of engagement that will impact the design and will be before council for approval. So that's one thing that we want to make sure has a good balance in a proposal we bring forward.
I really appreciate that, and I'm sure residents do as well. So thank you for that great response. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I know Councillor Sachs is online, and we just wanted to do a mic check to make sure that we could hear her.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Great. Did you have any questions on this item? Oh, okay. Yeah, Councillor Sachs, they can unmute you if you just want to hold on. Okay, did you have any questions on this item?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to speakers. So we'll do outside councillors first. So we'll do Councillor Robinson and then we'll do you, Councillor Sachs. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. I appreciate, I'm going to put forward a motion that you'll take carriage of, which I really appreciate. This will allow for a little bit more time to review this process that really has a huge impact on Thorncliffe Park. So my motion is along the lines of keep the process going, but have a supplementary report at City Council. And just look at this bikeway. We have 3 bike lanes on this roadway. And what we really want to have also is some interesting bits for pedestrians and public realm. And I'll explain that in a minute. But the bottom line is we have more time, so let's use it to try to get this right. Thorncliffe Park, as many of us know, are feeling a bit challenged these days because of all the things that are being happening in that neighborhood, specifically the Ontario line and the mechanical storage facility that's the size of 24 soccer fields. Without any consultation, I mean, there was consultation, but it was a done deal. Now we're losing potentially the Ontario Science Centre north of this area. So those residents really want to be engaged. They're very active. They helped us through COVID. It was a hot spot. They stepped up with food banks, etc. And so they want to be heard, and they haven't been. If you look at the participant list at the public meeting, you will very quickly see that many of the communities there were not represented. And so the issue is pedestrians are part of the picture too. And I think they've been completely ignored through this process. Not ignored, but like, let's extend a green boulevard or widen the sidewalk. Let's focus on some trees. The thing is that there's an area here between the neighborhood and the Ontario line that they're going to take down tons of trees. I don't know the number, but it was a green buffer. But as part of this project and the Ontario line elevated guideway, they're coming down. So that was mentioned at the public meeting, and people are very upset. So this is a very bizarre situation where you have a 2-way cycle track on the west side, plus a 1-way cycle track on the east side. And so what we're saying is take a bit more time and keep the 2-way, but let's look if we can use the eastern area as a bit more of a greening space or sidewalk enlarging. As we all know, if you've ever visited Thorncliffe Park, lots of people are walking. They're walking to the mosque, they're walking around the neighborhood, their whole families. We were there just a few days ago and it was phenomenal to see. So that's my request. I appreciate the chair taking carriage of it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if I haven't been clear.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the motions? Councillor Morley?
Just for clarification, thank you, Deputy Mayor, to you, Councillor Robinson. Is this specific to the area in terms of the pause and delay? Is it only specific to the area that you are mentioning, or is it a pause and delay on the overall proposal before us?
No, that's an excellent point, Councillor Morley. I appreciate you. I missed that. No, it's specific to Millwood Road, specific to my area.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, you have motions?
I do, thank you. Okay, yes, I have a motion, please. The rationale for the motion is explained in the motion. The gist is the city is putting a lot of time and money and road space, which is a precious public resource, into bike lanes in order to make cycling safe, which is an essential part of our TransformTO plan, which we talked about this morning, how critically important climate action is. And we have enormous challenges in achieving our goals, but bike lanes and bus lanes are the fastest, cheapest, most transformative things we can do. But building those bike lanes doesn't make it safe if drivers keep stopping in the bike lanes, which happens many times every day, everywhere I go. So we have painted lines, we have colored pavement, we have all kinds of things, we've got physical barriers, and none of that has any impact, as far as I can tell, on the behavior of drivers. So we need to have more enforcement. and we need to have more effective enforcement. So I'm proposing two things. One is a request that the penalties be increased. The penalties were last set nearly a decade ago, and we can tell just from looking at any bike lane any day that it's not having a serious deterrent effect on drivers. Now, I have also asked that the city solicitor consider whether we can have higher penalties for corporate offenders who are blocking bike lanes to make a living, and for repeat offenders, that would certainly be useful. But in any event, the current fines penalties are too low. And in addition to the fact that the penalties are insufficient, the largest reason that we don't have any effective enforcement of our bylaws is that the municipal licensing and standards folks and the traffic enforcement folks don't have nearly enough people and just can't do even a fraction of the things we ask them to do. So I think we should be willing to learn from other jurisdictions. New York City has pioneered the citizen error complaint process, which allows individuals to take photographic evidence of the occurrence of penalties. In their case, it's truck idling, and submit that to the municipal government, which has a trained person review it, and if appropriate, lays the offense and collects the fines. And after years and years and years of having no impact on truck idling by having city staff trying to enforce it, now that citizens are doing it, it's having a real impact in reducing truck idling and therefore improving air quality. So those are my motions, that we should ask, first of all, increase the penalties, and secondly, ask for an evaluation as to whether we can improve effective, equitable enforcement by adopting a citizen enforcement program modeled on that in New York City. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Okay, seeing none, additional speakers on this item. Okay, I just want to speak to move two motions. So the first one on behalf of Councillor Robinson. That's General Manager, Transportation Services be directed to submit a supplementary report at the May 10th, 2023 meeting regarding Millwood Road that prioritizes space for pedestrians. And the second is for my ward. That City Council requests General Manager to review the request for installing sidewalks on Old Kingston Road between Military Trail to Fairwood Crescent so that there's a continuous sidewalk with analysis of segment-by-segment construction feasibility, and to provide recommendations to the Ward Council that include potential delivery timelines. So we're just starting to get the process going on this segment, which connects a senior's home in a park, and there's not a sidewalk through there. So it's an area where we're trying to find a way to get a sidewalk in. It also has a very big bend in the road and a very steep hill. So just for visibility, it's a little bit dangerous for seniors walking. So just to get that into the queue and start to find out when we might be able to advance that. So that's all I have. So we can vote on the motion. So Councillor Sachs is first, and Councillor Sachs, we'll have to call out your votes verbally because we can't see you. So Councillor Sachs's motions, all those in favor? Councillor Sachs, just for the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
My first motion, which I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Robinson, all those in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Sachs, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
And the last motion I had about Old Kingston Road, all those in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then on the item as amended, all those in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, please.
Okay, that completes our agenda. Oh, Councillor Perruzza, yes?
That's all right. That's all right. I sat quietly here. Don't worry. Don't worry. That was good with everything you did.
Okay, thank you. We can record Councillor Perruzza in the affirmative on all three motions in the item as well?
Well, we didn't do a recorded vote.
Okay, great. Not a recorded vote, but the video tape has captured it. Okay, great. That is confirming the end of the agenda. That is the end of the agenda. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good day.